loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slab. Everything I do is whoop. Got the Benz jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my jack. Got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slab.
We've been with the Brazilians. This would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy?
Better boss up, nigga.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the internationally known Wake Up Show, part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne, it is Ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious One, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg. Also, the man with one trabajo. That is the Mitch Slapper, the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game, but in case you forget those names, just call me CGA, see God Allah, and I be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for you today. Today and yesterday was a bad ninja day for women. It was a bad ninja day for women. Gen Z women and young zennial millennials took a fat L yesterday with their female content creators. And particularly two content creators that we're going to talk about. Number one, the Ace family. It has been revealed that, and I covered their divorce about a year or so ago. It had been revealed by the Ace family on the Call Your Daddy podcast. Let's take a look at these people here. I know the old people are like, who the hell are you talking about? All right, but the young people know who I'm talking about. And we're going to put some stuff up here on here to give you a preview of what type of show. This is the Ace family. They have been a YouTube family channel creator. They inspired a lot of people to make family content, and they have 4 kids. I know you see only 3 there, and don't at me about putting their kids on the goddamn thumbnail, brothers. Hey, listen, their kids have they've been out there being exploited and exposed for a long time, so don't at me about putting the kids up on the picture here. All right, they have plenty of content here, but it is revealed by the matriarch of the family, the female there, the Latina, I believe, or maybe she's a white woman, I don't know, that he had been cheating on her with over 20 women, including a potential orgy in Miami. Yes, all right, an orgy.
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
He going to the orgy.
Oh, the humanity.
Not only an orgy in Miami, but an orgy with him and his dad and some hoes. Yes. All right. It was a crazy, crazy L day for women today, young zennials and Gen Z women. All right. Because they've watched these people for many, many years. But now she's up here playing the victim on the Call Her Daddy podcast right here. And we're going to play portions of this show. But yes, an orgy in Miami, potentially with him and his daddy. All right, my goodness gracious.
In these streets.
All right, my goodness, Diddy party style. Was there baby oil in there? Baby oil? And olive oil that I say here is alleged. All right, so a lot of women are like, what is going on here? You got to think. Young women want men that have money and be established and also be faithful. But, I mean, their parade is getting rained on right now. They're not finding that right there. All right. But shout out to Pops and Austin McBroom. All right. For the orgies in Miami with them hoes. All right. But his mother, his wife of 4 back home pregnant and making home here. All right. All right. This is crazy. You going to the orgy with your pops? Hey, guys, are you going to orgies with your pops? I don't know if I'm going orgies with my dad. You know what I mean? But, you know, maybe my son wants to do an orgy once he gets young and old enough. I have no idea, man. That's a little bit too much here. Very close here. Very too close for home out here. All right. Spending hundreds of dollars on hoes. Wait. Let me get this straight. This woman's saying, she's going to say and insinuate that hundreds of thousands of dollars used to go missing while he was in Miami with his pops and orgies were going on. All right, my goodness.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, so young women alike are just waking up to a wake-up call like, huh? What is going on?
Oh, the humanity.
All right, this is crazy, man. And it got even worse for them yesterday. The young zennials and millennials and the young Gen Z women took yet another L when it was revealed that the Wizard Liz, I know, you don't hear of these people. The Wizard Liz, 8 million subscribers. She's a young, essentially, my JUCO was the one who introduced me to these topics. So you can thank my Ling Ling, all right, for introducing me.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Yesterday, she was like, did you see what was going on? I was like,
Nope.
I was at my son's graduation. She was like, oh, this is what's going on. So she introduced me to both of these topics. So I never heard of this woman. So she compared this woman to like Shira 7. All right, but for younger women. All right, so she teaches women to manifest and to, get a man that's wealthy, a man of means. Then along came two, and I looked it up. I was like, 8 million subscribers. God dang. All right, and she got that in relatively short order, less than 3 years. 8 million subscribers. She's very, very popular amongst the Gen Z millennials. And she's a young, I think they say she's Muslim, so she's possibly Middle Eastern. But she tells women to manifest and to never settle and to get a man with money that's going to be loyal. Yeah, that's what she tells them. That's what she tells them. But apparently what happened was she ended up falling head over heels for a guy that really didn't fit the picture. And you're going to see a video with him. I mean, I got my own opinions about this guy. But her friends, her following, this is the guy she ended up with right here.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, so this is the guy, after telling these young girls, find you a guy that's rich. It doesn't matter what age he is. He got to be loyal. He got to spoil me, right? The spoil me culture that we talk about at the JUCO. Well, this is the guy she ended up with. And my first impressions of this guy is Ninja. All right.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
All right, that's my first impressions of the guy, and you probably will get similar impressions when the video plays, but here's the deal. Cut the music. So this is the guy she ended up with, and her fans were kind of being supportive of it, kind of, they wanted to throw her ass under the bus and be like, bruh, I thought you told us to aim high. I thought you told us to never settle, ass nigga. And she's her 8 million subscribers. Her 8 million subscribers are now on the line because guess what? He knocked her ass up. Yes, he did. He knocked her up. Not only that, he knocked her up in less than a year. Not only that, they proposed to get married. Not only that, this nigga cheated on her, of all things. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the humanity.
Wow, this bird-chested ninja done cheated on this woman, and it is, guys, I know you guys are a little bit under, we live under a rock. Sometimes we don't touch grass around here. We live in our own space. We miss these subject matters. If it wasn't for, my Gen Z ling out here,
What kind of fuck you give
if it
me?
wasn't for her, I wouldn't even known of this story. So she was telling me what was going on, and I'm getting the story. I'm trying to look up information. I'm trying to get, try to get as much information. So he knocks her up. The internet goes ham. All right. The internet goes crazy. And it's mostly Gen Z women and young millennials. They go crazy. And they're like, how dare he? All right. He was a loser.
How dare you?
Now her fans are like, you settle for this. Let me show you this real quick because this is what they're saying. We'll get into it a little bit later. There's the lovely couple right here. All right. There he is right there. All right. And come on, bruh. She's supposed to be the gold digger. She's supposed to be the young Shira 7. And she got played by this dude. Yes. And that's what her fans are saying. Like, bruh, you got cheated on. This thing cheated on my. Oh, my goodness. You're telling me this thing had the audacity to cheat? Yes, he did.
Oh, the humanity.
Yes, he did. All right. And so, yes, this is where the women are going crazy. They're having a bad woman day. They had a bad woman day yesterday. I don't know, man. All right. He had a bad day. The women are having a bad day because in their world, they can control men, right? I'm going to find you and you're going to spoil me and then you're going to be loyal to me. And I'm going to have it. They have this, at that age when they're 24 and they're in love and they're using romance. They have that. Oh, I deserve to have the best man and he will never exercise his options. Sorry. That's not the case. All right, he's gonna exercise his options. All right, even this goofy ass nigga right here. All right, just look.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, and we're gonna talk about
City boys! City boys!
City boys. All right, we're gonna talk about this backlash that men, even this female content creator is experiencing due to this. And by the way, has anybody talked about this subject matter yet today, or maybe yesterday? Possibly, we don't know. All right, but wow. To contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. PayPal is paypal.me// Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel when you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat. On the Free Agent Lifestyle channel, they're always looking for men to just be sucker ass niggas. All right. And then when he be like, yeah, Yep. I'm pretty sure her punani looks kind of whack, just to let you guys know. I mean, she don't look like she tossing it up in the bed or even tossing salad. She probably got dookied on in her life, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, look at him right here. He's a cold man.
City boy, city boy.
All right, he's a cold man right there, that boy. That goofy ass looking ninja with that long ass neck. But anyway, also an update on Andrew Tate. Boy, they having a tough time. Andrew and Tristan Tate, a quick update on them on Crime and Law CGA. They're having a tough go at life. Life has turned from sugar to shit. And they got binds to fix. All right, they got a bind to fix. If you guys want to fix this day bind, you guys can go ahead and do it. Shout out to our brother Rockman is in the building. I want to call you Rockman, Hasim Rockman, but we're going to call you Rockman Ingram is in the building. Shout out to you. And thank you for that early support. We got our brother No Government Name for the men and for the men with girlfriends, wives, and kids. He says, do you have the stomach to go through their phones, their group chats, and find out that they just disrespected you to other people while you're trying to give them the best life? He says, I don't have the stomach. It's the ultimate betrayal. What say you, CGA?
Do you have the stomach?
Yes, indeed. Wives, girlfriends, and your kids, dude. I mean, you guys got to remember when we were kids, we used to talk shit on our parents. You know what I mean? My mama don't do this, and my dad do this, my dad is this. You know, you talk a little bit of shit, but it really wasn't documented. Today, these kids document talking shit about your monkey ass. I got caught talking shit about my stepmom. All right, my stepmom, I lived with my dad for a little bit. And my stepmom, we had an adversarial relationship, to say the least. And I was writing raps, right? I was writing raps, and then I had the first line. Let me tell you a story about a bitch name, and it was her name. All right, she found that. She found that. All right, she found that, and I don't think our adversarial relationship became never to be seen on the same page at that point. She found them raps. She was a nosy some of a bitch too, but yeah, she deserved to find them raps. All right, but that was back in the day, you know what I mean, when you could just start a song all like that. All right, let me tell you a story about, when you could just say that shit. Now when you know what I mean? So now when you got to say like that, yeah. And she found that shit. But anyway, most of the time, even today, we have technologies. Your girlfriend, wives, and or kids will talk shit about you. Do you have the stomach? They ain't got the stomach. Do you have the stomach? All right. All right. I don't know. I don't remember the rest of the song, but I know that was the first fucking bar. All right. But anyway, that was the first bar. All right. So anyway, yep. Shit happens. Shout out to our brother John Down, says CGA, we will welcome your black ass back to Popeyes. Love that chicken from Popeyes. All right, hopefully I don't gotta work there that much. All right, that much or as soon. Somebody says she still remembers that shit to this day. She remembers that. There ain't no way she ain't remembering that. All right, we got our brother here. We're going to call you Winston is in the building. Shout out to Winston. He says, it's the free agent lifestyle for life. Wait a minute. It is for life. Shout out to our brother Derek Davenport, says Mitch slapping juice. Much love and respect. He said, DD, if it was cool to be a fool, I'd be the richest guy around. Yes, indeed. Because what a fool believes. If it was cool to be a fool, he'd be the richest guy alive. But we want men to stay strong with the knowledge that they're getting here. We're really strong men. Shout out to our brothers here. No Government Name SD. Yesterday you were preaching the blue chip, and it took me back to why I first joined the coach gang. Like you said, wealthy people keep money moving. It's why divorce kills potential empires, because the husband has to sell the assets he built for her half. Indeed. Okay, it's a wealth killer. It's a wealth destroyer, and money doesn't move because that hard-earned money gets put over here and it mostly gets wasted. So, and it's future money that you could have put into compound interest and became trillionaire. But, the same thing as child support. It is similar. We have another brother, NGN, says, he says, in your almost 50 years of life, have you ever heard a successful high net worth man say, They love an opinionated woman or a strong and independent woman with her own money. Have I heard a successful high net worth person? Yes, a black entertainer. Black entertainers tend to pander to women, mostly because women buy their shit and concert tickets and t-shirts and posters. And so they tend to say shit like that, but nah. Not if you're, I mean, even Bill Gates had to deal with that. Remember Melinda Gates was like, I want to write a sentence in the newsletter. Remember that? I was telling you that story about Bill and Melinda Gates. Now she out here floundering, talking to Oprah and shit, right? And she don't do shit but give money to the New World Order. That's all she does. She just giving her money away to causes and losing left and right. Kamala Harris. All right, but remember that Bill Gates' wife, eventually, she was like, can I get a sentence in the newsletter? He was like,
silence, you fool.
bitch, you literally my wife. Like, shut the fuck up. You ain't gonna do nothing. All right. But what did you do, bro? You was a secretary when I found you in this bitch. Like, who are you? Who are you? And then he was like, okay, bitch, you'll get a paragraph. You get a sentence. I'll give you a sentence. Then a year later, she was like, can I get a paragraph now? And then she wanted the whole front page of the newsletter. He was like, all right, I got to get rid of your ass. Where's the island at? Where's the island where that dude Epstein at? Where the Epstein Island at? The ninja was like, I'm flying to friendly skies. Fuck all this. All right. Then he got that young ass Ling Ling. Right. Then he got that young ass Ling Ling and had to give up all his money. Let me see that. Yeah, he was like, find me a little Ling Ling that wants to get dominated. I ain't got no time to be dealing with this crazy ass beach. Let me see if I can find the image of Bill Gates and that young ass Ling Ling. Yeah, here it is right here. Here it is right here. Bill and Melinda Gates. Bitch wanted to be important and shit. Look, holding the microphone. Bitch, you ain't got nothing to say. He was like, where's that Ling Ling at? It's Thursday, ain't it? I'm taking a Ling Ling.
I like to get dominated.
Yeah, she want to be all in the video, all on the record. Look like she got something to say something. I want to stand here and hold the mic. I want to say something. Don't say shit, Yoko Ono. Give me the Ling Ling and shit. What the fuck?
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right, he was like, let me dump this old soggy. Ain't got no time for this shit, man. This is crazy. When they got him a young Ling Ling. All right, but no, nobody wants an opinionated woman. All right, who wants that? Nobody wants any of that parts or parts of these things here. And NGN, CGA YouTube streams should be played in every meathead gym and retirement home. CGA would cause a riot of crash outs, especially these old men, seeing CGA putting hands on hips on every group of women on the rainbow in their prime, right? And their granddaughters. Yes, indeed, putting hands on hips. When I dip, you dip, we dip. I was listening to a content creator. They were doing a expose on the Passport Bros, and they were painting the light of that these Passport Bros are going over there for minor women, right? Women in their young ages, all right? Like some young hoe and egg too young. And they were saying they're doing the Epstein Island over there for the young women over there. They're trying to do this type of thing, this propaganda, if you will. And then the content creator went into this diatribe of the old, half your age plus 7, which is the Elijah Muhammad / the goofy, the simp math. But they say, well, a man, the appropriate age for a man is half woman, half your age plus 7. All right. Which I never agreed with that. All right. I was like, no. But what happened was this guy was even against half your age plus 7. So he did a quick math. He was like, if you're 40, half your age plus 7 is a 27-year-old. I was like, wait a minute. He was like, no man in their 40s should be dating a 27-year-old. I was like, nigga, they really want men to be miserable. Date someone your age. I was like, I'm sorry, what? This is absolutely atrocious advice. And it's always niggas. Niggas love to just, your whole community is on fire, and then you're worrying about older guys with younger women.
Nigga shit.
All right, I date women half my age, like literally, and below. All right. I'm not ashamed about it. But what if the law says 60? They start doing what ifs. What if this and what if that? And we ain't talking about what if. All right. We're talking about what I'm doing in real time, nigga. We ain't playing the what if game. Let's go to a land of make motherfucking believe. All right. In the land of make believes, I get to put shit on you as to be a violent lawbreaker and a predator in the land of make believe. So let's make believe that the law is 17 or 16 or 14 or 12. In the land of make believe, what would you do? We're not in the land of make believe, nigga. We are right here in the land of now. New. Right. All right. They want to then make believe and then prosecute you for it. Like, well, that is not in the real world. You're prosecuting me for something that doesn't exist. How does that work, ass nigga? New world order. All right. Anyway. All right. Let me do this here. I'm going to do one more. Shout out to our brother here. No government name says Mitches are so broke that they're mad that the new video games cost $100 and the new consoles will be on subscription model by 2027. He says NWO says you will own nothing and be happy and do nothing about it but complain. Yes, that's where we're at, guys. You're being priced out of life, and that's what goes on out here. But boy, do we have some doom and gloom CGA to present to you. We got some interesting doom and gloom stuff. So buckle your seatbelt. Doom and gloom CGA. Brought to you by the progress of the... Boy. It ain't 2019 anymore, is it? Nope. But there's a headline by Newsweek. It says nearly half of Gen Z says monogamy is outdated, according to a study. Oh my goodness, ring the bell for you goofy ass niggas. Shock at what a man calls Gen Z women on the first date. We're going to do it here. Close to half of Gen Z believe monogamy is an outdated norm in modern relationships. And I know you can't see the entire article, so I'll go ahead and drop out of it. It says, according to a new report by Radin Solicitors, survey data reveals Gen Z, the cohort currently aged up to 28 and as young as 16 or 15, expresses great comfort with non-monogamous relationships than previous generations. Experts spoke with Newsweek about what may be behind these numbers, and CGA called this years ago. I used to say monogamy is dead. All right, it's dead. It's dying. Just like game, dating, marriage. All right, the majority of people are not going for it. They're going to figure out a way around it. They're going to figure out around it, around the norm. Now, the norm is still going to be on paper monogamy. All right, but people are cheating. They're fucking around. They're having orgies with their dads and some hoes in Miami. But yeah, I've been saying this for many, many years that monogamy is going to be seen as outdated. Similarly, marriage. So they're making new forms of marriages in order to keep it alive. Partnerships. All right, but that is not the traditional marriage, right? So traditional marriage is dead. It's dead on arrival. All right, it's dead on arrival. So they're just making a new variation of it to make it useful. But even monogamy, ethical non-monogamy, young women, high body counts, all right, them not having the ability to pair bond, men having less sexual partners than women their age group, all right, women going through whore phases like that Ling Ling suggested. All right, so it's going to be hard for them to participate in monogamy. Open relationships, polyamory. Yeah, yep. It says the finding reflects a transformation in how young Americans approach romantic and sexual relationships, with 42% of those age 18 to 24 believing that monogamy is no longer a realistic ideal in modern relationships. And this is why it matters. The shifting view amongst Gen Z carries implications for family formation, social norms, and future marriage rates in the United States. And people were saying, Coach, you're so doom and gloom. No, I don't. I'm just ahead of times. I just see where things are going. It's not going where you predicted. And it says right here, As new generations consider traditional assumptions of love, commitment, and partnership in societal structures may adapt to reflect broader choices in relationship models. These patterns could shape household dynamics, economic planning, like family planning, neighborhoods, suburban neighborhoods, and even public policy for decades to come. Decades. Yes, this ain't an easy fix, y'all. It's going to affect us for decades. And experts and social scientists says, you know who else says that? CGA. CGA said that in the book, The Evolution. When people say I'm doom and gloom, when I say relationships are on the rocks, you guys always want to point at these little couples here and there and go touch grass. But I'm telling you, man, it's most people ain't gonna do that. If they do, it's not gonna be for very long. And let me see here. Anything else to add on this one? Pretty much no. All right, there's nothing else to add on this one. You guys can see the article there if you want to. It is in Newsweek magazine, published yesterday. This is new news, just so you can see here. Coach, you always talking about the same thing. So is everybody else. All right, right there. This is the new trend. It's going here, and I'm going to be alive. I'm going to have content for as long as I'm alive for you Fantasy Island ass niggas. All right, so what else do we got here? We have more doom and gloom news here, and CGA called it. Remember I talked about home purchasing? And I was like, yeah, most people aren't going to buy homes because they're not going to see it as a need. Or if they see it as a need, they're not going to be able to afford it. Well, according to Pew Research, it says the median age of all home buyers is now age 56, up from age 31. Oh, yeah, brother. All right. Median age of all home buyers is now 56, and this is not their first homes. Some of you, these are the first homes. Up from 31 in 1981. Yes. Oh, boy. It's a new report. Highlights a stark shift in the U.S. home purchasing market. The median age of home buyers has climbed to 56 in 2024, up from 31 in 1981. This is 25 years increase is driven by soaring home prices, now at a median home price of $420,000. And I heard somewhere that 50% of the houses that are being sold are well above that. Half of the houses that are being sold are well above that. And this, you'll find out why, because these people are second, third, fourth homes. And of course, you got the high mortgage rates and stagnant wages and making home ownership increasingly out of reach for younger adults, aka CGA said, priced out. Okay. Dating is out of reach for most men and women. Relationships and marriages are out of reach. All right. And now home purchases out of reach. This is a Apollo Academy notes that economic pressures, what do I tell you? Always follow the money. You want to know where the trend's going to head? Follow the money, including a mismatch between affordable home prices and market reality are key factors. Reality. Compounding the issue, baby boomers who own a significant share of U.S. homes are opting to stay put. They're not selling. I warned you about this. Reducing housing supply, as reported by Under 30 CEO Niggero in 2024. Experts say there is a deepening affordability crisis for young generations that's steadily rising. Everything that I be trying to tell y'all be wanting to argue with me, but I got a pulse on the sociological stuff that's going on in our country. I got this shit down pat. I am the undebatable. I'm unbeatable because I don't deal with fantasy. I don't bring God, Sky Daddy. I don't bring hope. I just bring in reality. Okay. And they say something. There's an African proverb that says this: a speaker of truth has no friends. And I'm not certainly someone to read poetry to you, but the truth can be unkind and hurtful. It can also it can cause unease and destroy peace of mind. But I'd rather know the truth than live a lie, accepting self-deceit and delusions to get by. All right, that's what people do in here. And I'm not one to read poetry or read to you in general. But yes, the speaker of truth has no friends. Okay, and that's what I'm doing with you guys. That's what I'm doing. I'm only trying to reveal and show you where things are going. This is why people don't chop up my videos to expose me, because I'm thorough. I know people don't like it. I know you don't like it. I know you want to argue. I know you think I'm trying to bring up something for you to debate. Well, I have a different mindset. I don't give a fuck what you think, all right? Because most of the time, you're going to see what I'm saying in a matter of 2 or 3 years to become real, okay? Baby boomers are not selling. If they are selling, word is they're selling back to their houses. I mean, wait, they're selling back to their children if they do sell. So they'll tell their kids, well, I'm not gonna pass this down to you, but what I'll do is I'll sell it to you. My question is, where do baby boomers go when they sell their house? They can't afford to buy a new house. They can't afford to buy a new house, even if they sell it. They can afford to buy a new house in Phoenix, all right, in Las Vegas. But if they sell their house from California, they can't buy another house in California. They can't afford the interest rate. They don't have, I mean, they have the down payment. They can't make the mortgage payment, and they ain't going to live for 30 fucking years. So why buy a new house? So they're just going to, they're going to chill. They're going to die in that bitch or reverse mortgage it or sell it to the New World Order, BlackRock. New World Order. And we know that BlackRock is owning up to 30% of houses on the market. Up to 30%. You'll own nothing and you'll fucking like it. Yes. Right? Yeah, boomers get that HELOC. They just get a HELOC, take some cash out, and pay down a little bit of bills, all right, and then get ready to die. We got this right here, more doom and gloom CGA. It says ChatGPT, according to a study, says the therapist on ChatGPT is better than a human therapist. Oh, my goodness. Shout out to therapy again, making it to the CGA show. You guys know what I think about that institution. All right. I've been on the attack of that institution for a long time. Many of the rapists need to go. A study published by PLOS Mental Health suggests ChatGPT may be a better therapist than humans, at least in controlled couples therapy scenario. Researchers assigned 830 participants to either a trained human therapist or ChatGPT. And it says right here, then ask them to rate the counseling based on empathy, cultural sensitivity, and helpfulness and emotional connection. The AI consistently score higher. Oh my. New world order. And it is believed that its advice it says the AI consistently score higher, particularly when participants believed its advice came from a human. ChatGPT's longer and more descriptive responses were seen as more contextual and emotionally engaging compared to the shorter replies from the real therapists. While experts warn AI therapy is unsupervised setting in supervised settings poses risks, especially for serious mental health issues, people are already tuning in to it for emotional support. Remember, CGA told you that. With demand rising, researchers say it's only a matter of time before AI-powered therapy becomes a mainstream tool. New world order. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the humanity.
Woo! Welcome to my world. And gentlemen, let me tell you, remember I was one of the first people. I see now a lot of people are saying this based on either their own experience or whatnot. But I told you, a lot of young women are using ChatGPT like it's their friend. That's how they talk to it. They talk to ChatGPT like it's his friend. And I do have a skit for this just so I can show you. Now we have a skit to confirm it. All right, we have a skit to confirm it that you don't. So you thought CGA was lying. This is the benefit of an older man dating younger women, because I see this in my real life. Here's a skit to confirm this right here. Dating in 2025 be like, and shout out to this Ling Ling.
What kind of fuck you give
All right,
me?
here's this one right here.
Can I check your call log?
Oh yeah, sure.
Can I check your text?
Yeah, of course.
Can I check your DMs?
Oh yeah, sure.
Can I use your ChatGPT?
All right, shout out to the Ling Ling right here. So this is a relationship skit. This is a relationship skit. And when the woman, they're saying, let me check your phone log. Let me check your location. Let me check your DMs. Let me check your text messages. She was like, fine. I ain't doing nothing. Can I check your chat GPT? She was like, huh? So this study right here, this shows you the direction, especially with younger generations. Remember, everything boils down to younger generations. All right. The old people like us, like, we don't make that much of an impact anymore. We're just basically just holding this shit together till the young people get their shit together. But when you talk about technology, job marketplace, housing, and marriage, you want to see what young people are doing, not what older people are doing. Remember, I criticize many content creators because they'll say they support marriage, so they're good. They support marriage amongst old motherfuckers. That don't mean nothing. Getting old people married ain't gonna do shit. We need young people to be married. We need young women to stop early terminating their pregnancies. We need young people. What are young people doing? Are they being gainfully employed? You're talking about, oh, the job marketplace is good. I'm 47 and we don't give a fuck about 47-year-old people. Are young people being gainfully employed? Are young people establishing their lives? No, they still sitting at home. 50% of them still at their parents' house. Okay, so that's where we're at. Same thing with technology. The young people will shape the behaviors of the future, not old people. All right, old people, you had your fucking chance. All right, so, and you blew it. And I have more despicable, disgraceful news on Doom and Gloom CGA. A CEO in a major tech firm is sounding the alarm about technology he's spearheading, warning that half of entry-level white-collar jobs could be wiped out by AI within 5 years. This is according to ABC News. So don't at me. This ain't conspiracy theory, but I warned you. CEO Nickerson warns AI job bloodbath is coming. And this is for everybody, even OnlyFans, even YouTubers and live streamers. It is about to be on.
This morning, a major tech CEO is sounding the alarm about the technology he's spearheading. Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei, the head of the company behind AI model Claude 4, has a blunt warning, telling the website Axios half of all entry-level white-collar jobs could be wiped out by artificial intelligence within 5 years, potentially driving the unemployment rate up to 20%. He says industries most at risk include law, marketing, tech, and finance.
These new generative AI technologies pose a real risk to early career knowledge jobs.
In recent months, AI has shown stunning capabilities, from generating hyper-realistic fake videos to diagnosing rare diseases through data analysis. The state Supreme Court in Arizona is even using AI-powered avatars to act as reporters and summarize court rulings.
My AI colleague Daniel and I will be bringing you regular updates.
AI's rapid rise could bring real benefits, but also real disruption. The people most likely to be hit first, young, college-educated workers in their first jobs, before they've built experience or seniority.
Who don't yet have the work experience to be a sort of a manager of a team of AI agents.
Some major companies already downsizing. Walmart cutting 1,500 corporate jobs, part of a technology-led restructuring. Microsoft laying off 6,000, saying it's aligning for the AI era. So how can you protect your career? Experts say double down on what AI struggles with, making human connections and doing things in person.
If you can do your job locked in a closet with a computer, those are the things that are more worrying for AI. Things that have to be in person and really with people tend to be safer.
And learn to work with AI, not against it.
It's really important that you've mastered your craft, your area of expertise, augmented by this technology.
Okay. All right. And so essentially this boils down to essential jobs and non-essential jobs. If you could work a job that was remote, well, you're getting replaced. That's guaranteed. Like you're cooked. All right. You're cooked. If you're looking, so much for remote jobs. They're like, remote jobs. All right, bitch, you need to be in the office. All right. You know, that remote job shit. Nah. So you're going to have to know what you're doing if you have a remote job. But essential workers versus non-essential workers. And guys, I know you guys think it'll be all right. No, it'll be all right. He got McDonald's franchise money. He good. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Keep living that dream. You better learn some shit. I need to learn some shit. That's what I need to do. Anyway, he says she means locked in a cubicle or an office. Now, she also said locked in a closet. At home, but anyway, keep avoiding That's Doom and Gloom CGA. Doom and Gloom CGA. All right, I just got a text message, all right, on our main event that the woman that is on the thumbnail right now is crashing out live streaming and crashing the fuck out. I don't know where she is, all right, but I'll ask her to send me the video right now. She is monitoring this live stream, and she said right now she's on crashing out. So I'm going to ask her to send me the info. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. We got screenshots. All right, we got screenshots saying she's crashing out on the internet right now. So we'll go ahead and show that later on in the show when we get to that main event subject matter. By the way, do me a favor, hit the like button. We have way less than the appropriate and the considerate 50% of the likes. So please do me a favor and get those likes up. We should be at about almost 900 likes. All right, 900 likes. So I would love for those likes to go up to get to 900 without me dancing and singing. All right, I'm not trying to dance and sing today, but if I need to hype up the audience to get that shit going, I guess I'm going to just have to do what it do. All right, I'm going to have to do what it do. That's what y'all come here for, ain't it? Ain't it? The big boss man says, I don't want this to happen, but those guys could get divorced, gRaped, and put on child support if they didn't already. Those good girls are good because they put up with their man cheating on them. Cheating on them. Yes, indeed. They put up with their guys cheating on them. So the women that you're saying don't mind the cheating, I'm not sure because it's kind of out of line here. It's out of whack, out of order. It was 20-30 minutes ago. The Chocolate Solution says we need to get the stepmom diss over to the Trouble T Roy instrumental. I know, man. I don't have the whole rap. But I did have a short career in hip hop. All right, I had a short career in hip hop. People don't remember this. I might have to show you the receipts. I did cut a demo, an 8-track demo on an 8-track, right, on an 8-track production studio. But I have 8 tracks recorded. These things are hard to find, and I did perform at showcases when I was young. All right, it was like right after I graduated high school, going into college. In that first year of college. So I did perform in Southern California on the stage. But these tracks are very hard to find. And if I ever get my hands on them to find them, they're not published anywhere. They're probably still on the original CD and the original, they wasn't even a CD. It was original cassette. My demo tape is out there. I have 8 tracks, all right, published in the year 1992 or 1993. All right, but I quickly got out of that industry when I saw niggas getting shot. I was like, oh, they shooting niggas? Okay, I'm out of here. I ain't want to do this. All right, if somebody can go find that shit. Yeah, man. But I was like, they shooting niggas for real? I thought this was the World Wrestling Federation. I thought we were just rapping about this, but they really testing niggas gangsters. Okay, all right, I don't want it. That was when Suge Knight was first starting to get involved. This is before you guys knew him as Suge Knight. All right, but I remember one of my ASCAP performances was on stage. Yeah, Scarface has it. Mr. Scarface. All right, Mr. Scarface. I dapped him up. I was like, yo, Mr. Scarface, man, thanks for coming to my showcase. And he was like, I was like, I got a demo tape. It's super duper fresh. All right, you can hear it, man. I'm the next thing coming up. He put his hand out then I put the tape in his hand. He put it in his pocket and kept stepping. Like, yeah, nigga. And then I looked on his album and I was like, this nigga stealing from me. All right. I was like, I said that in my raps. This nigga stole my shit. Right here. Mr. Scarface. Yes, indeed. Scarface came to my showcase, and a bunch of other people, but I didn't see it. All right, so anyway. Yeah, but here's the thing, man. Look, I started seeing niggas getting shot, and it was before even Tupac got shot. But I was like, it's getting hectic out here. I thought we was being studio gangsters. we still shoot. They shooting people for real. DJ Quick getting in fights at every concert. I'm like, you know what? I'm not up here for that. I definitely don't have a deep, I don't roll that deep. I definitely don't roll that deep. All right. So this is not the good career choice for me. I'm a little too small for this shit. All right. Tory Lane's trying to fight and shoot niggas. And I'm like, yeah, this ain't the career for me. All right. And then I started coaching basketball. Then I started coaching girls basketball. I was like, seems like a lot safer career choice. So that's how that happened. All right. But yeah, they was like, and I heard that they was beating up niggas at death row, walking in saying they can rap. I can rap. And they was letting them rap and then kicking their ass. Kicking their ass after the raps were whack. I was like, I don't need that type of pressure. That's a little bit too much pressure. So I'm going to do another career choice there. It's not the career choice for me. It's just right. All right. I ain't trying to be a good guy and then live out my raps in order to sell records. All right. This is not the career choice. Shout out to our brother NGN, coach, to add to your point about men always paying. He says, inversely, women are always end up selling in one way or another. Otherwise, they end up alone or broke with $3 in their purse. Whether it's through OnlyFans or marriage, women always sell. Let's add to that because people will agree with that. Women are all whores. They always selling. So that means men are always buying. Shout out to you for bringing that on home and completing the circle. Sometimes the circle got to get completed. But yes, women are always selling. They're always selling something. They're good salespeople when they're selling themselves. They're shitty salespeople across the board. Like, in particularly, you go to any sales company, and it's mostly men selling. There are a few women that can do sales very well, like pharmaceutical sales, but they normally have to drop that neck and flirt, and open up their shirt collar and wear a tip shirt. They have to cheat and use sexual organs to get their money sold, all right? Or they have to suck off the doctor. They have to make the doctor, they have to touch the doctor's peen. All right. They always have to sell sex if they're selling something, the possibility of sex. But yes, women are all selling and men are always buying. They're always selling. And they always think if they have this right here.
I looked at it as I have an ATM between my legs and I'm just using it. All I got to do is put my card in and that's it. And put the PIN number and boom, money just comes right out. He
says women realtors, they're selling sex too. The attractive ones are. The attractive ones, but they're the least successful. They're the attractive real estate agent that you see are almost generally the least successful. And this is a person coming from a person that worked in and around real estate agents for 5 years. All right, they're all the least successful ones because they think they're just going to show up with their hair done and their makeup and their soft light photos and they're just going to get business. Now, the business that they're going to get are some thirsty ass niggas. All right, thirsty dudes in the comment section, thirsty dudes in the DMs, thirsty rich guys that got these women on a wild goose chase just so they can talk to them. All right, it's like a 1-900 sell real estate. It's basically like phone sex for real estate agents. All right, these men just getting off on the fact that they get to talk to this pretty real estate agent. Now, the real estate agents that be doing good, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to show you a picture. I'm going to show you a picture of a real estate agent that does well. You see here. I'm going to show you two. These are the ones that do well. There's one that does well. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, these type of women right here. This one be killing it right here. Killing it. Killing the game. All right, she's married. The husband's semi-retired. The husband had a good job as a boomer for fucking 35, 40 years in a stable career. All right, she killing it. All right, she just doing it on hobby. She know everybody in the neighborhood. She communicates with everybody. Everybody asks her for real estate advices when a house wants to get it put on the market. She knows everything and everybody. She knows all the interior decorators and all these motherfuckers. She killing it. This bitch right here killing the game. Right? The husband's married. She's married. She's stable. This is a side hustle, but she knows everybody. She was in the PTA board. Then she taught piano lessons to all the kids in the neighborhood. Then she did real estate on the side. Motherfucker, she killing it. Not them fine bitches with their hair and their wig done. Them bitches ain't killing it. All right, I'm going to show you another one here. Let me see if I can find it on the fly. I'm gonna tell you another one. This especially in Southern California and maybe parts of New York. Let me see if I can find this shit. This one right here. This one right here. Killing it. Killing it. She killing it like this. She looking like this.
I like to get dominated.
Right here. And she might even have the bowl haircut, not the motherfucking swoop bangs. Just the bowl haircut. She fucking killing it and drilling it. She's selling mad real estate in Garden Grove in Westminster. This is in California. This woman killing it up and down the freeway. Billboards everywhere, on bus stops, shopping carts, motherfucking everywhere. Billboards. She killing real estate right there. And she didn't have to suck no dick. She be out there just pushing. She just moving it, doing the accounting in her head. She doing the numbers in her head, just crunching the numbers in her head. And she married. She married and all that shit. All right. She married. She got a goofy husband that drives a Toyota minivan. All right. Them two people right there, them two people are killing real estate as females. Not when you see a woman in a pencil skirt and she got a nice ass and she got her shit all tucked in and she got her pictures and portfolios, she doing Instagram tours, she ain't selling shit. That ain't even her listing. The woman that does that on Instagram, that's not even her listing. That's somebody else's listing. She's on a team of people that killing in real estate. She's like the lowest real estate, lowest of the low. All right. This is generally how it works. This is generally how it works. So when I see a pretty attractive woman she was a former bottle service girl and now she a real estate agent, I know she ain't doing shit. She ain't doing nothing. She ain't got no business. Neither if she had business. Nobody even considers taking her seriously on $1 million property. Nobody will take her seriously. So she'll get a part of a commission because she's showing open houses. Right? And you think, oh, man, this girl's killing it. She has an open house. That's not her listing. She's sitting an open house for another agent. I'm just letting you know how it works. Right? I'm just letting you know how it works. This is generally true. You can find the exception to the rule, but the exception will prove the rule. I'm just letting you know. And a lot of guys are getting insecure. And these women are like, I sell real estate. And these women are like, oh, I'm doing something wrong. Trust me. Them bitches doing apartment leases at best. Right here. Yep. Now this woman and this woman, they're killing it in real estate. On just connections alone. Just connections alone. This woman be at the Gelsons getting gefilte fish, making connections on real estate. Hey, you've been in your home for 3 years. Yeah, I see, you could get a little bit more out of that home. All right. Yep. But the pretty woman just running around Instagram. All right, running around at the street at nightclubs. I do real estate. She ain't doing a goddamn thing. I'm going to tell you this right now. She ain't killing nothing. All right, anyway. Yo, shout out to Cosmosis, coach. I'm an electrical and computer engineer, so I've seen firsthand a lot of AI can do across the board. He says, I just put an IG video on Locals with an AI-made video discussing prompt theory. Or an AI version of questioning God. New world order. Wowzers. Wowzers. All right. Yes, indeed. So people know this is coming, and I've been warning you. So you got to do your best to insulate yourself against this. And yeah, there are no stable careers. It's just like you got to get something stable that you can work 30 years. All right. That doesn't exist anymore. You're going to work a series of jobs. Hopefully in the same career field. Maybe not. Maybe not. But we do have some PayPal brothers that I need to acknowledge here. Shout out to the patients over there. Yep, she's on the HOA board, the PTA board. This woman right here, HOA board, PTA board. She's the snack lady for her kids' soccer team from kindergarten all the way to AYSO to club soccer, all the way up to 12th grade, right? She does all the, when your kids register for school, she's right there registering your kids for school. Oh, hi, Nancy. Hey, this woman's named Clancy. Hi, Clancy. All right, Clancy's there. How Clancy's so bad. Oh, she's so great. She knows all the kids in the neighborhood's names by first name. She brings cookies. All right, wrapped up cookies. She has a cookie little company that she does called Crumble. Clancy's Crumbles. All right, Clancy's Crumbles. Clancy comes to the door, drops off kids cookies on the first day of school with their name on it. in their sport that they play. She got a basketball cookie, a football cookie, a soccer ball cookie. She kicked Clancy, killing it, bruh. Then when it's time to sell your home, then she be like, hey, Clancy, I was thinking, it's getting a little tight around here, Clancy. Can you tell me what my house is worth? Oh, sure. I'll come on over. Right? I'll come on over. And this woman right here just bullies you out of your house. She just bullies you out of your house. This woman's an apex predator. You sell your house now. All right, you sell your house. Sell your house, or you lose money. You lose money. Right? Sell your house, you lose money. Right? You want money? I mean, you sell your house now. She just bully you out of your shit. You're like, okay, here, sell a bitch. Right? Sell it. All right, then I get commission. I get 7-8% commission. You sell your house now. All right, it's time sell. It's time sell. All right, and
what kind of fuck you give me?
Yeah. She just bully you out of your shit. Just saying you're going to die. Nigga, you're going to die in house. You want to die in house? You sell now. All right, just go and I buy. You buy. I find buyer for you. I have buyer for you tomorrow. And we come look through your house. You clean up. You sell now. What is it? Cancel talk. Yeah, but I'm not thinking to sell. Cancel talk. Cancel talk. You sell. I have buyer. We bring by tomorrow. We bring by. You be like, God damn, she done bitch. Now you standing out here holding your luggage and shit. Bitch done bullied me out of my house and shit. All right. And she done flipped everybody's house. Nobody got nowhere to go. Hey, Connie Chung, you think I can buy a new house? Oh, I know sell you house. I just sell you house. I sell your house. I know find you a new house. That's your problem, not mine. Lord have mercy. Oh, man. But yeah, somebody said this. If she wasn't selling houses, she will be cutting toenails. All right. But she like, I'm not fucking cutting toenails. So I'm going to sell everybody's houses from up under them. Fuck it. All right. Fuck it. All right. I'm going to hustle everybody out of their house. Just like that.
American people ain't kind of fuck.
All right. Shit, I got to survive. She don't give a fuck about you. All right. Anyway, she done scared you out of selling your shit. And it's cold like that, man. It's cold like that. Don't ever think these people like you. All right, we got some other people that have contributed. So, you know what? I got to catch up with them later. But somebody sent the co-sponsorship, so I got to give Cosmosis the acknowledgement for the co-sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
Yeah. All right. What are we doing here? All right, what do we got here? Let's get to Straggle Sniggle Theater, and we'll come back to the PayPalers. All right, Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We got a Mouthpiece Ninja. A Mouthpiece Ninja wants to let you know how he running his game out here. Let's go ahead and show you here.
Look, we are on the freeway. I know I can get in trouble for this shit. But y'all just won't believe what I'm about to tell y'all right now. You know what I'm saying? Nigga swag is on 100. For real though, nigga, my bitch is 100 years old. And she love this dick. She do whatever I need. Take them 3,000 spoons, sell it. Do what she need to do to get what she have to do. Duh. Yeah, she tapping on this dick right now. Think I'm playing? Ain't that 100-year-old hand right there? Huh? Ain't shit 100? My nigga, we in the wheels around this motherfucker. This dick bomb. Bomb. Loose pussy make it feel like it's tight. She tapping on that thing, she doing that thing right. You know what I mean? I got an iPhone, they didn't even have phones when she was living. Nigga, they rode around on horses. You wanted an Escalade, that was 2 horses. You wanted a diesel, that was 3 horses. We logging shit around here. Look, dick way down there, but she appreciate that shit. She know what it is to have this.
To wrap you in my warm embrace.
Dick all in her life. That's what it is, though. 585. Nigga ain't fucking 100 years old and his swag ain't on 100. Nigga got them 100-year-old bitches on my dick trying to get me. Now look, we are on the freeway. I know I can get in trouble for this shit. But y'all just won't believe what I'm about to tell y'all right now. You know what I'm saying? Nigga swag is on 100. For real though, nigga, my bitch is 100 years old.
Yeah.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way, yeah.
I told you these Mouthpiece Ninjas, they have no limit. You know, that's why you have to understand. They don't have standards. Like Mouthpiece ninjas will be telling you here, but I can't date no woman that's 21. They'll always say, only 21 and older, let another nigga molder, right? They'll come up with all kind of crazy-ass standards, but that's because they have no standards, right? They'll be like, oh, man, you know, any age will do. You know, old bitches need love, too. Big bitches need love, too. You know, it's like, you know, I can't deal with a skinny woman. I can't deal with an in-shape woman. I can't deal with a woman that be at Pilates and lifting weights and squat racks and all that. They always aiming low. All right, they never aim high. They don't go, I want a woman in her prime that is in shape, be at Pilates and be doing squats. All right, that go to Equinox all the time. They don't ever do that. All right, that woman is way too much. Gonna put way too much standards on him. So they drop it way down. Oh, fat bitches need love too. All right, old strags need love too. All right, I can only deal with black women, ass niggas. This is what they do, man.
She love this dick. She do whatever I need. Take them teeth out, smoke salad. Do what she need to do to get what she have to do. Duh. Yeah, she tapping on this dick right now. Think I'm playing?
She tapping on this dick right now. Yeah, man. Shout out to this guy right here. Yeah. Boy, oh boy.
Oh, the humanity.
Boy. And you know there's going to be some starving ninjas going. They going. They'll do this rather than leveling up. All right, coach telling me to boss up. Not self-employment's not made for everybody, ass nigga.
Got a 100-year-old hand right there, huh? Ain't she?
Look at that.
100?
Ain't she 100? Yes, indeed. Yes. There he is. There it is. There's the warm embrace right there. But you know,
to wrap you in my warm embrace.
And she rich too. I only date rich women. Said, there's the witch woman looking like Skeletor. She looking like death warmed over here. Where did he pick this woman up and make her put her hand in this crotch? All right, I'm going to play this video again in case you missed it. Dating in 2025 be like for Gen Z.
Can I check your call log?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Can I check your text?
Yeah, of course.
Can I check your DMs?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Can I use your ChatGPT?
All right, shout out to the Ling Ling right here because it is Ling Ling Thursday.
I like to get dominated.
I like to
choked, whooped, spanked, told what to do. I need a man to take charge and let me just, be goofy.
There it is right there. So that the Ling Ling. The Ling Ling said, you could check my call logs, you could check my text messages, you could check my DMs, you could check all that, but you can't check my ChatGPT. That is where it is. And then you heard it here. I mean, you might have heard it here first. I was saying this a few months ago that, yeah, ChatGPT is their best friend. It's their special friend. They talk to it all day long. And I don't mind that. Where this Ling Ling at? I'm going to give something to her.
What kind of fuck you give me?
And I might put a couple of babies in her. I'll check her ChatGPT. All right, we have Straggle Sniggle Theater. We have a food stamp strag. All right, take a look at this. Look at this. Oh my goodness. And dudes, people live like this and they be like literally be like, this is a way to live. All right, so we have a food stamp strag here to need some chapstick. And it says right here, day 4, no food stamps. Not only did they take my food stamps, no cash assistance, disability checks are on hold, and no Section 8 on top of making me pay this all back. Over $10K in benefits gone. This is your responsibility as a taxpayer. Okay, I was trying to read through it. Responsibility as a taxpayer. Okay, so she's saying Donald Trump took all her shit. Here we go.
Day 4. Day 4 of no food stamps. Day 4 of not being able to afford groceries for me and my 6 children. Because somebody decided to report my TikTok income to the state of Michigan.
Oh, I see.
So they took my food stamps.
Oh.
Not only did they take my food stamps, my cash assistance, my disability checks are on hold. They're not going to pay my rent next month.
Man, your kids is beating up the house, man. Damn.
They're not sending me a check for my utilities that I get every month. How the hell am I supposed to survive? All of my welfare benefits cut. So I go from over $10,000 a month in benefits that I've gotten for the last 13 years to zero. Zip. Zero. Not only that, they are expecting me to pay it all back since I've been making money on this app. Because of you guys. Because the trolls. So now, since you guys are the ones that got everything taken away, I have over 230,000 followers. Okay? I need everybody to get together as a team and support me and my 6 children like you should be. Like a taxpayer is supposed to do. This is your fault.
Oh, no.
It is all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to help you out. They're probably going to unsubscribe from you at this point. And she definitely don't have no upper teeth looking like this or bottom teeth. I don't know what's going on here. What you're going to do is you're going to dig deep and support me since like everybody else has supported me. So 13 years getting 10K a month in benefits. You talk about scamming and skeezering the system. And then going to TikTok and making money on TikTok and not reporting it to these government assistants, making money. And then when you get your shit hemmed up, I tell you, man, money karma's the thing. Treat money the way you want to make money to treat you. But of course, she's been scamming and then continuing the scam. She probably scamming child support too. She's probably scamming child support. She didn't say that. Now all of a sudden we supposed to help her get unscam the system. All right, that is crazy. Look at this piece of work. And somebody says she has black kids. She definitely looks like a mud shark. She definitely don't have any teeth up here at the top. All right, but I do see a baby picture in the back, and it doesn't look like it's a black guy. There is the baby. Well, maybe, I'm not sure. There's a baby in the background of the picture right there. So, wow. What city is this? Oh, my goodness. She better go work. Hey, man, you got the TikTok money, so you're good. I suppose. You got that TikTok money, so you good. All right, we have a woman that says right here in this skit, this is what she says, going to bars in New York City.
What are you doing? I'm going to get us a drink. Okay. Sienna, do you know this guy? No, but he's white and he'll get me a drink.
Oh.
Hi. I'm Sienna. Me and my friend, we could love a drink. It's a bigger class, right?
All right. So this is the finesse game of bars and nightclubs. I hear, the bars and nightclub, people are not going as much as they used to. But I did read an article of post-COVID people going to bars and nightclubs again, but they completely social awkward. They're not doing the bar etiquette at all. They don't even know what they're doing because these are COVID kids, right? They're now 21 and 24 and 26, right? So, but they missed about 2 or 3 years of social connection. So I heard they're messing up the club scene because they're just there for looking for social connection and they're socially awkward. But guys, this is kind of, who remembers this when they went to bars? They see you as the person that's just going to buy them a drink, and then when you buy them a drink, they skedaddle. Just because you bought me a drink don't mean I'm going to sit here and talk to you. But this is why they typically don't focus on black guys, because black guys are notoriously cheap, so they know they're not going to get drinks off of them. What did she say? He's white. He'll buy me a drink. And white guys all over the world are seen as guys, just big old fat wallets, right? So this is typically why, and black guys are typically, I was listening to an interview about a police officer who used to work Vice in Las Vegas, and he said, someone asked him what the races of all the pimps were, and he was like, they were all black. Not even like one Russian, not one Asian, not one white guy. All the pimps were black. So there is a reputation that women have in terms of targeting certain men. She's going to go for the goofy white guy. Goofy white guy is going to be the target almost inevitably. Now, if you are black in an all black setting, like if you're in Houston, they're going to go for the goofy black guy, right? or the black guy that they think they can finesse as fast as possible and get drinks. If you want to talk to us, you got to buy all of our girls drinks, all the drinks for the girls. These are typically what they do to the marks. All right, so you a mark ass nigga. That's what she's saying right here.
What are you doing? I'm gonna get us a drink. Okay. Sienna, do you know this guy? No, but he's white and he'll get me a drink.
Nope, but he's white and he'll get me a drink. God dang, man. Yeah, was it Theo Von? I did see that, the Theo Von interview. And there's the goofy white guy. And so then here's the problem. Then the dating coaches send this guy out to go run game. Look at this, man. The bill on your hat is way too short, homie. You gonna look like a mark ass nigga. Right here. You gonna look like a mark. So you need a little bit of a bigger bill on that hat in order to consider not cool. But you look like Dracula. You don't get sunlight. You're in there with a pink hooded sweatshirt. You got a recessed chin, no beard, no mustache. You fixing to get finessed. You fixing to get finessed in here. And then the PUAs got you in there holding masculine frame. You think you got a little bit of muscle on your bird chest. All right. And you think you got a little bit of pickup lines. And you about to get ran over out here. These little apex predators fixing to ran your ass over. You just look like a mark ass nigga, right? And so there you go. And then now all of a sudden you're like, let me run my game. I got to approach 300 women tonight. You about to get folded up nicely like a napkin, nigga. It's about to be a night. And look at that. She done leaned in on him and all that. And he coming out the wallet real quick. Look, he's starving too.
Yeah, that brother's starving. Yes, sir, brother.
All right. All right, he's starving. Little hand touch. Oh, I broke the touch barrier. Okay, my dating coach says break the touch barrier. Okay, already done. All right, my peen is getting hard, and I want to take her. She's the hottest bitch I've ever talked to. Cooked. I tell y'all goofy ass niggas, this nigga need a haircut, even some gel or something. Do not take your ass out of there. He definitely busted. He definitely busted already. Yep, look at that card already. And she just, yep, got him. All right, got him.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yep, look at him. He can't even hold master flame. This nigga got lip gloss. Look at the bitches in the back with they tip shirts on. Yep, and there it is. Just swiped it and then bye-bye. Yep. No shame. All right, damn, I didn't even get to hit them with my, I didn't even get to hit her with my negging. All right. I was trying to build up a little bit of competition anxiety, and I was going to hit her with a double neg and a triple purple nurple. Yep, he wasn't even going to do it. I was going to hit her with a backhand compliment and 2 negs and a little bit of competition anxiety and a purple nurple. Yep, too bad. She already got the drink, nigga. You didn't have time. You didn't have time to hit her with some competition anxiety and a double neg. You couldn't even get her with the purple nurple. All right, she already got the drink and gone, nigga. She was there, gone in 60 seconds. Your dating coach let you down yet once again. All right. Your dating coach forgot to tell you that they're running game on you. All right, they're not just sitting there waiting for you to purple nurple them and double neg them and a couple backhand nipple twisty compliments. You didn't have time for that. And yeah, guess what? These ninjas be tourists in new cities. I'm going to go down to this new city and I'm going to clean up on running game at the bar on these hoes. All right, guess what? This is the same as y'all go to Thailand. Same thing, y'all go over there. They come out and empty out your wallet just like that. I'm going to go to Vancouver and run game on these hoes in Canada because they obviously don't have technology. They still live in igloos. And then you get over to Vancouver and you think these hoes on game too. These hoes on game. They see your ass and they see your ass looking like a phony ass tourist. They know you from Salt Lake City, Utah, and they about to turn your ass inside motherfucking out. All right, so much for your dating coach advice, telling you to get hot models and shit. Here we go right here. Last one, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. This woman says, being a single mother has not stopped me ever from getting the man that I wanted. This is a Straggle and Sniggle skit, but we'll go ahead and play it.
I think I'm gonna look this pretty and not have kids
Y'all think y'all the only one that's ever approached me and wanted to like be with me? No. I have 7 kids for a reason. I have 4 baby daddies for a reason. You just don't get a pretty girl like this that don't have all these kids. I'm not asking you to take care of my kids. I said take care of me. In the video, I said get my nails done. I need a new oil change and stuff like that. I never said take care of my kids. I get $2,100 in food stamps. My kids not hungry. My kids have Medicaid insurance. They good. I'm talking about me. Y'all think I'm gonna look this pretty and not have kids?
This is a shame here. This is a damn shame.
Wait a minute. Who are
Y'all gotta
you?
get out of the community, because this is what happens in Cleveland. This is definitely what happens in Detroit, Memphis, Augusta, Georgia, portions of Tupelo, Mississippi, New Orleans. This is what y'all left with, Shreveport. This is the mindset y'all left with. Like, this is ass backwards thinking. You're getting 7 kids, 4 baby daddies. You're pretty in your mind with Kool-Aid fucking hair. And then also, you're getting $2,100 a month in government benefits. And you out here bragging on Al Gore's internet. Like, this is when I tell y'all be with bottom feeders. But, coach, she got ass, though. I'm like, man, I don't care about her ass. That bitch can walk up out of my life. Please don't come over here, bruh. Jacksonville, Baton Rouge. Yep. Jackson, Mississippi. This is normal to y'all niggas. All right. Y'all think this is normal. This is literally ass backwards. If you see people like this, they should be on the other side of town, be on the tracks. But y'all normalize this shit. And she up here normalizing, like, what? I'm still pretty. Like, what? All right. All right. Outside Charlotte, Tennessee, Memphis. This shit normalize. Atlanta. Y'all normalize shit like this. And she's still up there like, what? I get $2,100 a month in benefits and what? And child support. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. That's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. You need to date more black women, coach. All right, you just need to be there with the sisters, Dr. Umar asks. I will take some uncooked Cinnabons all day long. All right, and y'all niggas keep impregnating this. Margaret Sanger is rolling over in her grave. Not only does she have 7 kids, she probably have already aborted seven more. All right, and y'all will knock this woman up because she let a whole bunch of dudes go Roski. All right, and she's like, I'm a pretty girl, and I just need my oil change and my fingernails done. Those sound like your responsibilities. You just walked out here and got that goddamn Kool-Aid wig on, but you can't afford an oil change? Who put that Kool-Aid wig on your head? I can't do wigs. Hey, pal. Somebody texted me early in the morning. He must be in the middle of another country. I believe he is. He goes by the name of, on PayPal, James Bald. I forgot to congratulate you on your Twitch progress. More successful people helped me when I had nothing, but that's because they see my hunger and my hard work. Also, I was focused on providing them value without expecting stuff back and making them feel important. And that is important. That's a blue chip. When people have handouts, gimme, I deserve, I'm entitled, people don't tend to want to help you. But they do want to help you when, in fact, they see you hustling. They see you grinding. They see you have a purpose. They will help you. Guru, he says, I wanted to add to your Coach Stradamus predictions. Please read this article. It confirms, once again, your opinion. By 2040, the West will be in the last phase of collapse and degradation. He says sexual freedom and a rich, healthy society cannot last longer than one generation. It was from 75 to 2000 in the U.S. He says, pick your poison. Easy sex, or a safe society. Love you, coach. Your favorite Gen Z. That's from our brother KP. He says a healthy society can't last longer than one generation. And he says, from 1975 to 2000, that was ideal. I lived through all of those years, to be honest with you. I lived through all of those years, and those years are seen as somewhat idealistic for people, dating-wise, personal relationship-wise. So I can see that for sure. That's KP. H Everyday is chimed in with support, and he has several. He says, Coach, states are banning SNAP benefit recipients from using money to buy junk food, but he says right here, who else is going to buy this junk food? Trump administration didn't think this through. Okay, what states are, that's interesting. Yeah, but not many people are going to buy that type of food. I get what you're saying there. He also has something else to add. Adding, yes, women keep getting got. If you look at social media, it would have you believing they're winning, but time is not a girl's friend. Get some abundance. Yes, and they typically win off of a little bit of finesse, a sleight of hand, and also off of thirsty men that are hiring women. He also adds, and I'm going to get to as many as I can because we got Crime and Law CGA coming up. We have an update on Andrew Tate. He says, put as much money on these companies who are taking your jobs. The robots will make you rich, and it will. But I'm not only, listen, I'm only supposed to tell you that on the money mindset. All right, we're not supposed to tell these ninjas where to put their money. Right here. H Everyday, that's the true face of welfare. Michigan, you say? Bruh, there are millions of those true welfare queens. White women are the number one offenders of social program frauds. And can be bared out easily. I know black women get the reputation of being the welfare queens, but per capita, they have more welfare. But statistically, numerically, it is white women who have the most social programs and welfare. All right. And it ain't even close. But of course, they have more women. So, I mean, listen. All right. There's more of them. So that's why people use the per capita to paint the black woman as the welfare queen. Because you say, well, per capita, more black women compared to the ones that don't have it versus the ones that do is rather high. All right. But H Everyday says, this bitch said she don't need you, her kids got Medicaid, $2,100 in government assistance, and I'm pretty hoes can't think past their punanis. Yes, the rhythm, the rebel. All right, shout out to you right there. Thank you for your support this week. Kaylin says, after the T-Wolves got eliminated, Shannon Sharp said Anthony Edwards needs to be married to be the face of the NBA. LeBron, Steph, Kobe, and MJ were married and looked at as the face of sports. Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady. Do you find it interesting, especially coming from Shannon, considering what he's going through? No, he's right. He's right. And I said as much. I've said as much, but I didn't go viral saying it. But there is going to be people will still never trust an athlete who's single. Okay? They're not going to trust single athletes, men running around here at strip clubs. Like, look at Ja Morant, strip club, shooting up the place. That's what single men are. You're going to have to be married. Tiger Woods was the face of golf. And then when he was around here cheating on his wife, they had to take it down. But married men are seen as stable. So this is why you see young athletes getting married. Now, Derek Jeter is an exception to this. Muhammad Ali, for much of his career, was an exception to this. All right, so there are exceptions. Remember, nothing is universally just true 100% to zero. But, yeah, dude, this is why you see people, when you get in corporate America and they say, you want to rise up to the top, you're going to have a wife. I heard that even in my profession. Okay. But they don't want you to be Stephon Diggs with holes on boats with 2C, allegedly. They don't want that. They don't want the kids to try to emulate that. But if you're going to be the face of franchises, the face of universities, the face of the NBA, like you're going to be the person they sell to your kids, you're going to have to be married. Now, that doesn't mean the kids are going to not follow LaMelo. The kids are going to follow LaMelo. That doesn't mean they're going to put LaMelo on as the face of the league. He could literally be the face of the league, but he's not going to be. Right? Not today. There's also even like a football coach. Most university football coaches are married. There are very few top-level university football coaches that are single. They always want you to run up there at the press conference with your wife, who's all built like a goddamn Humpty Dumpty, with the kids, and you got 2 kids and a wife, obviously gonna be a white guy and married. Okay, they don't hire just single guys. Now, the New York Knicks coach is a single. He's single. He's a bachelor. All right, but that's rare. That's not going to be the norm, where you're just going to see more single men in these jobs than married men. It's going to be overwhelmingly going to be married. Overwhelmingly. Okay. So that goes apart. It's a part of the social programming to think, hey, that guy makes good decisions. He's not going to be reckless. He's not going to embarrass us, so forth and so on. All right. But I was told that even in my career. You're going to need to be married type shit. Look, the exceptions, guys. Stop with the exceptions. All right, Deion Sanders is also a Hall of Fame football coach, right? He's not a regular guy with a fucking cap on and doing offensive coordinating drills. All right, Deion Sanders is an exception because he's a Hall of Fame coach. All right, so, guys, there's always going to be an exception. Please, I know people want to use the exception, but exceptions prove the rule. It's an 80-20 rule, and it's always going to work. It's always going to work. 80% of the time is going to be the case. Okay? 20% of the time is not going to be the case. But overwhelmingly, you can say 80-20 is going to be, then you're probably going to need to have it. Okay? You can't just depend on the exception. All right, I'm going to depend on the exception and make it. This is why you Negroes are in the position you're in. And I'm going to say this again. The reason why you Negroes are in the position you're in is because you always want to gamble on the exception. You want to be the exception. And women have this problem too. You guys see the exception and then say, okay, there's a path to it. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's not the path to it. Being the exception in those cases are not the path to it. But the black man and women in general tend to go for, well, I'll go for the exception. All right, since this one guy did it, I'll go and I'll do it this way. And then when it doesn't work out for you and you ain't Deion Sanders and you a regular nigga, it ain't going to work out for you. Okay, you're going to end up being put out. All right, you're not going to be, most CEOs are married. There are some CEOs that aren't, but it's an 80-20 rule. And there's a reason why the ones that aren't married are CEO. It's not just because, oh, well, he was so great at his job. But this is why guys continue to do that. Exceptions prove the rule. It doesn't disqualify it. Well, that's not true because Deion Sanders and Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick's got 6 or 7 Super Bowl rings. Right? Like, you don't have 6 or 7 Super Bowl rings. You're not getting the job at UNC. It's pretty simple, guys. Just there's a standard that people do in order to get to certain things. If you don't do it, don't be surprised when you get elbowed the fuck out. You want to get to the top, you're going to have to probably take that plunge. If you just want to be considered a renegade, you better be the CEO. You better have some great ideas. You better have some great technology. You better be autistic or something. You better have something going for you. There was something else that I was thinking about in that situation, but I can't remember. But stop trying to be the exception unless you're the exception in your own company. Elon has his own companies. He can be the exception. Okay, you want to work up these organizations. You're gonna have to play the game. You don't want to play the game. Good fucking luck. Good luck, bro. Martin Muhammad says, Coach, congrats to young nephew. He says, I pray all went well with graduation last night. Salute to you, Coach, for being a man's man. I can never thank you enough for what you've done for me in the last 6 months. Shout out to Martin Muhammad. Shout out to you. Let me see if you had another one. But the graduation went well. The graduation went well. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. We got Leon. Leon says, I finally fixed my bind with my last payment to the IRS. My finances are slow, but steadily improving. Shout out to you right there. Slow, but steadily improving. Shout out to you for getting that bind fixed to the IRS. I know that was not fun. That was not fun to do. And we have, who should I call you? I know I should call you another name, so I'll just call you BH. Another BH. Your younglingling giving you info for streams now is an example of how men deal with women on their program. Is boss up for life. Boss up, nigga. Yes, indeed, is boss up for life, dude. And I always tell you, man, as an older guy, me dealing with younger women has been fantastic because one of the number one reasons is that you're always around new ideas. You're always around new information. You're always around information you didn't know about, like having my kids around, having Gen Z around, having young women around. They're always going to tell me something that I wasn't even privy to, that most people are going to be following. But if you're just hanging around people your age, you will find yourself slowing up. By the way, shout out to my brother here, my son, all right, for graduating right there. Let's give him him graduated right there. Yes, indeed. All right, from high school on his way to bigger and brighter things at the University of Oregon. All right, shout out to you right there. He graduated yesterday, last night. All right, he graduated last night, and yeah, he had a good time having a party. But be around young people, man. Be around young people. They may not know what the fuck they're doing in life, but I'm gonna tell you right now, you're gonna keep learning being around young people. You want these young, you know, you might think these young people don't know what they're talking about, but it does help to be around young people. And we got to get to this part of the show. He says, young women replenished his youth. AZ, shout out to AZ. Listen. In our world, we have this idea that people of the same age should be with each other, even relationships. And I know while that might be commonly true, that we do this in practice, we're missing out on great opportunities of what we call muses. All right. And every people have had muses. And let me show you this right here. It's called the 9 goddesses. Now, muses, muses can be used sexually, but not always. All right, but in ancient times, and in mythology, and in ancient religions, there were 9 goddesses, and the muses were the daughters of Zeus in memory, and their initial worship right here as a group, but later each muse were giving a specific name and role, in which in this situation here, the 9 goddesses are associated with inspiration, particularly in the arts and the sciences. All right. And the reason why older women don't have the ability to be muses is because they're typically going to be more damaged, right? But they're typically going to be more kind of traumatized. And they typically going to be more nagging, where muses are a source of inspiration and memory. And also it can help you. It's kind of like when people are sick in a hospital and they bring a dog, right? And they bring a puppy and the puppy be like, all right. And a person gets healed from it. A man, especially a man of talent, arts, sciences, a great thinker to do is put a muse around here. And it says right here, they were considered the source of knowledge, inspiration for poetry, music, and other creative pursuits. And here it says right here, oh, we're having a problem with the stream. And it says the word muse is derived from the goddesses, and it is now used to describe a person, often a woman, who inspires a writer or an artist. Okay, a writer or an artist. So they had 9 of these goddesses, if you will. And it says each muse had a specific area of expertise. 1 epic poetry, 1 history, 1 lyrical poetry, and 1 music. And it says the term muse is now used to describe a person who inspires creativity and artistic expression, often a romantic or personal source of inspiration. All right, so you will find that a lot of people keep muses around. We just don't call them muses, but they are muses. And Prince, the artist formerly known as Prince, use these women right here, and particularly right here. Prince's musical and creative journey was heavily influenced by a number of women who served as his muses or collaborators. And it says these women particularly played specific roles in shaping his music career and personal life, often receiving support and recognition from him that launched them into fame. And so we know them by name. Vanity, Apollonia, Sheila E., Wendy and Lisa, Bria Valenti, Carmen Electra, Kim Basinger, and even the baby's baby mama. What was her name? Let me see here. The baby's baby mama. Her name is, what's that woman's name? I did a video on her. Danny Lay is her name. Danny Lay was also said to have been one of Prince's muses. Now, she claimed that had happened, and it was towards the end of his life. But when she was 18, 19, or 20, she claimed to have been one of Prince's muses. And some of it was romantic, some of it wasn't. Some women have kept the secrets to what their relationship was and taken it to the grave. But some women have said that these women were used as source of inspiration for his music. Now, what the red pill does is we want to minimize women's importance on everything. Well, women can't be important, and that's just validating and prioritizing and pedestalizing pussy. All right, so guys, I know people want to do this in the red pill. We're more realistic in the after pill. We don't do that type of shit. But in history, even some great artists and painters have always used women as muses and sources. Photographers, same thing. Photographer gets a camera. First thing he does is finds a woman, right, to take pictures of. Why? That's how he's going to learn. He doesn't find people, all right, let me take a picture of this flower. No, he finds a woman to take a picture of. So it does happen, and this is one of the great benefits that men, as you age and you have the ability to keep young women around you, it can be a source of inspiration and motivation if the woman knows her role. If she doesn't, then it's going to be a disaster, right? If she doesn't know her role. But there's great benefit to this. Yeah. Anyway, I always teach you thoroughly. I don't just say shit, you know what I mean? And, you know, you guys argue back exceptions to the rule. I mean, you guys are making yourself look silly when you pick out one or two. Nigga, I can name 80 football coaches that are married. You picked out 4 that weren't. You guys picked out literally 4 men that did, because you guys are one-dimensional. And one-dimensional people are danger, because I said, primarily, you'll probably need to be married if you want to rise up. Oh, well, what about Houston Rockets coach? Bruh, that's one motherfucker. All right. I can pick out, and in the entire league, probably 70, 80% of the coaches are married. You picked out 4 coaches. Like, this is what's wrong with people, right? And then, well, a man shouldn't be around any woman younger than 20 if she's not 27. These are things that you've been trained to believe, but has no historical perspective, and it really doesn't make sense. It's just you shaming just because of your opinion. All right, I have an opinion based on what? Okay, historically, I can show you. Socially, I can show you. Dating and relationship and marriage, I can show you. I can show you historically that you're wrong. Historically, you're wrong. Statistically, you're wrong. But here we go, exception to the rule. Well, what about the Houston Rockets coach? What about Eric Spoelstra? Eric Spoelstra worked for Pat Riley for literally 12, 13 years, and he's Pat Riley's yes boy. Are you Pat Riley's yes boy? No. He got Pat Riley's coffee. He polished Pat Riley's shoes. He sat up under Pat Riley and fed him donuts. That's why Eric Spoelstra is the coach of the Heat. He does what Pat Riley tells him to do. He doesn't do anything different. Pat Riley wants to put LeBron on the team. Eric Spoelstra says, okay. He wants to take LeBron off the team. Eric Spoelstra says, okay. He's Pat Riley's whipping boy. So he's an exception. And he was married, by the way, and now he's divorced. So he's a yes man for Pat Riley. He's Pat Riley's right-hand man. Pat Riley can trust him. Pat Riley's big on trust. So he was married. He's now divorced now, but they made him marry the fucking dancer. All right. They gave him the job and said, marry somebody. He said, I'm going to marry that dancer bitch. And he got married. Yes, boy. So this is what guys typically do to try to argue against me. Exception to the rule literally proves the rule. And what you will find is these men were married at one point, or they had a girlfriend, a longtime girlfriend that was the face. Bill Belichick wasn't married to her, but she was the longtime girlfriend. When he quit the Patriots, he quit that girl. Right? It's not that hard to figure out. Not that hard to figure out. So, you know, we're just trying to teach you guys to be a little bit more three-dimensional instead of one-dimensional and argumentative and wrong. Okay? Yeah, it's okay. It's hard for you guys to understand that. Even this article that we're going to talk about here, because this is a tough one, because we know we got a lot of fans here of these two individuals that we're going to show on the screen right now. Crime and Law CGA, Andrew Tate, and his brother Tristan, his right-hand man, his yes boy, Andrew Tate, and his brother Tristan has been charged with gRape and human trafficking in the United Kingdom. Damn. From the frying pan into the fryer. And this seems to be always the case. Most of these cases don't seem to be new cases. They're just taking these cases and then just taking more women and victims or potential victims or alleged victims and bringing back new charges. And this means, in effect, their work is not done. They beat one case, they got another one waiting for them. And this is nothing new. This is what you should have expected. But these men got problems, and niggas have the nerve to say I'm jealous of these guys. Like, wowzers. Like, what? Where? In what world? Well, they rich. Not no more. They going to spend all their money on lawyer fees, just like Diddy. All right? Whatever money they got, they going to spend it in lawyer fees. Just imagine what they're racking up in lawyer charges. So you got a case over here. You managed to highly beat this case. They waiting for you out here with another case. Now, they're not arrested. They just been charged. And they are not in the UK. They are in Transylvania, all right, waiting to beat the first case, all right? But if you've been rooting them on, all right, if you've been rooting them on, just know that if they beat case number one, they got another case. So it's going to be tough for them from here on out. They got a lot of work to do to catch up for you if you're a fan. All right, now, they're not locked up. All right, just so you guys know, they haven't been arrested, which is curious, but these cases stem back to before they were famous. All right, just so you guys know. Now, they were somewhat famous already, but not for what they became famous for, right? Which is the kind of red pill, pseudo red pill, you know, a masculinity type thing, alpha, you know, whatever they're doing over there. This is kind of what was happening before that. And this was time when they were kind of rising up in social media before Andrew Tate cut his hair type shit. And it doesn't seem to gonna end. And there are also some new women that were in the UK, flew to Transylvania and back. All right, so they also have these charges as well. And if you guys want to go ahead and open up the case on this, be my guest, nigga. But I ain't gonna break it down like a fraction. There's just too much going on with these boys here. Okay, now. What it started with, and I'll tell you where it started. All right, that started with that Greta Thunberg shit. New world order. All right, it started with over there, man. So you know, it was all good and gravy, but you know, he got into a beef with a puppet for the New World Order. New World Order. And it really started going downhill fast. I mean, I think Diddy has a similar situation, and what people don't want to talk about, and I'm not playing conspiracy theory. Diddy's problem started when he sued that alcohol company. Okay, so now we know Diddy was doing shit, just like in this case. These boys, we know what they were doing. They weren't even hiding what they were doing. Okay, they basically were telling you what they were doing, and we was just going for it. Similar to Diddy, we knew what type of bullshit he was getting into. And people say he deserves to go to jail just on the fact that he was doing some bullshit back on these other cases that he's not being charged for. Now, I'm all for people paying the penalty and going to jail, but make sure it's something that they actually did. And in Diddy's case, it's flimsy as fuck. But if we say, oh, he's a bad human being, let's give him time no matter what, Let's just get him on this little case to get his. I don't think that's fair use of the justice system. But let's read the details here. And these men been going through it, man. These men been going through it. And these men are now 38. Andrew Tate's 38. I remember he was 33 at one point. All right. Now this man's already 38, man. See, time passes by fast. Time goes fast. This nigga almost 40, bruh. I remember looking at something, reading something, and he was in his early 30s. And I probably was when he was starting to rise in his infamy, right? I remember I was like, oh, he's a relatively young guy, 32. Not no more. Funny how time flies. Andrew Tate, 38, and his brother Tristan, 36, have been charged by the UK police in breaking news. Andrew faces 10 charges, similar case than the other cases, including gRape, actual bodily harm, human trafficking, pimping ain't easy, y'all, and controlling prostitution involving 3 women. Tristan faces 11 charges, including gRape, actual bodily harm, and human trafficking related to 1 woman. A European arrest warrant was issued in England in 2024, leading to their extradition from Romania to the UK as ordered by the Romanian courts. Did they get locked up? I'm not sure. All right, but I don't think they got locked up. I think Tristan Tate has responded to this. I don't know have Andrew up, but we'll take a look so we can give people a chance to speak on this, as I don't know what's going on. We're just showing you what's going on out here with them two guys. Let me see if we can find it here. This is Tristan Tate. Somebody showed me that he has responded. Here we go. All right, they're actually pleading their case online, which not a surprise. All right, this is not a surprise. They, and they have their reasons to plead their case. Where are we at here? All right, he's talking about a whole bunch of shit. All right, they post a lot. So somebody showed me a post where they posted, but I done lost the post already because they post a hell of a lot on social media. They definitely use their social media to great advantage for themselves to be able to have their own voice in a way that their voice is lost in these cases. Most people lose their voice or ability to speak, not them. They're going to say what they want to say. Has Andrew Tate responded? Let's see if we can find his response. Because on Twitter, there's already 8 posts from yesterday. So I'm like, sheesh. All right, there ain't no way I'm going to be able to find it. I did get a notification from Rumble that they were having an emergency meeting. All right, but I didn't tune in. Okay. All right. So Andrew Tate has posted something about the actual article. Or maybe not. That's not his page. I can't. Okay. Tate News. All right. Let me see. I'm just trying to find the pages. Okay. He says innocent. All right. Let's see what he says right here. See what he says right here.
This is a thank you to Tate News. You are one of the most knowledgeable people online. You have a lot of information about the case, and everything you say is true, so I want to give you a huge shout out. Thank you very much. Especially when I was in jail and didn't have the ability to tweet, you kept everyone updated, and I hope you keep everybody updated on not only the case, but the realities of the Romanian judicial system and how things work over here until...
All right, so he's giving praise to the people who are spreading the news and being a voice for him. That's the one thing he does have is that he has people, a support group of fans that are supportive of him, and they can spread news and put out information and counter information from what the government has. And he can also speak for himself when he's able to speak. However, this is tough. All right, this is tough because the normal view of these guys is that they need to go to jail because they're the modern day Casanovas. This is what I kind of branded them as. In Casanova, the story of Casanova, a lot of times people think Casanova is a notorious lover, all right, in that he was a player, and that everywhere he went, he would gift women with flowers and roses, and women would just fall in love. All right, but that's not the truth. That's not the true story of Casanova. Casanova was a guy like, which would be Andrew Tate, who kind of used women and manipulated them, if you will, and wasn't seen in a positive light. All right, the story you know about Casanova is like he dressed well and he wore sweet perfume and he romanced women. Nah, it was more like what Andrew Tate did, Casanova. right? He would use women and abuse them, right? He wasn't Romeo. This nigga was a user and abuser. He didn't have great sexual discipline. He fucked nuns, his own daughter's friends. I mean, his own daughter, allegedly, old women. He is a scammer. He was known as a scammer who scammed even the prince or the princess of, or the Queen of England, all right? Wanted to self-delete himself because of his whole life, was constantly in jail. Casanova was constantly locked up, right? So Casanova was not a notoriously well-liked guy. It wasn't like women were just like, oh, swoon. It was like, use, manipulate, all right? Casanova messed with boys. Yep. Nuns, boy. He was trying to fuck nuns. Like, he was literally like the guy you didn't want to be. But a lot of guys would be like, oh, Casanova. All right. No, you don't want to be Casanova. All right. I actually did a stream on Casanova. You don't want to be that guy. That guy had a horrible reputation. And he was constantly locked up, mostly because of his sex crimes to women. Okay. That's what he was mostly locked up for. And he had a very, very depressing end to his life. Okay, trying to finesse the Queen of England. Yeah, he was a thief. He had a horrible reputation. So in a sense, Andrew Tate is known to also be with women and be, have a lifestyle that men want to be when you're constantly around women and pretty tall European long-legged women and you have masculine frame over them. However, when you're constantly getting locked up because of this, it reminds me of Casanova. Because of this, you're constantly being locked up, because the more you do of this, the more likely and the more this behavior that you exhibit, and also that people can say that you have done, you even say it out your own mouth that you done it and how you did it, then you're going to get locked up. It's locked up. Like, that's what it is. So you guys got to understand, when you're dealing with multiple women like this, eventually they're going to come back. It's going to bite you. And they're seeing the repercussions of this. But I'm going to say, just on their defense, much of their problems stem from the fact that they went in on the wrong people. Okay, that's just it. And people can call it the Matrix. But I say most of their problems, they start talking to the wrong people. It's kind of like you get too big for your britches. Okay, you get too big for your britches and you think you can take everybody down. We all get that. You get a little money in your bank account. You start taking everybody down. Fuck you. You can't do nothing to me. And they start going in on the wrong people. And then they was like, we going to show you now. New world order. He fixing to show you. Yeah. Well, somebody said Casanova was a Pookie. Casanova was a Pookie. He was the Pookie of their time. But when I read the story to y'all about Casanova, he didn't sound like a nice romantic individual wearing nice clothes and adorning himself in perfume and nice shoes and dresses. But I think his problem stemmed from he started talking about the wrong people. And they said, we going to have to, Nanny Goat said, new world order. Nanny Goat was like, we're going to put it into it. And so they've been working overtime to find women to be able to come out and be encouraged to share their stories, which then when they share their stories, it's he said, she said. I can't help you at that point. I can't help you because you got once you got 7-8 women coming out, I mean, and they start building a case that could be flimsy as a motherfucker. At the end of the day, you don't want to be on the other side of that. You don't want to be on the other side of that. So good luck to them brothers there and their new recent issue that they're going to deal with. I don't want no parts of that. People have been trying to say, man, you just want to be him and you want to be like him. Not me. Where? People have been saying that for years. I was like, not I. All right. I don't want no problems with the laws. I don't want no problems with the laws. I don't want them to try to lock me up. I don't want them to attempt to lock me up. I don't want them to build a case against a nigga. I don't want them to take all my cars. You know what I mean? If it happens, it happens. But at some particular point, I don't want to be them at all. But they're going to have some work cut out for them because their reality is their reality. Yeah, it sucks to have this happen to you, especially if you're innocent and you're trying, because the Romanian case should be good. Oh, by the way, I told you the Romanian case is not going to start until 2027. 2027. Like there's something here. Here's a blue chip. Here's a blue chip. And it's kind of what Russia, I'm not speaking about the entire war, but what Russia did to Ukraine and what they're doing to them. Essentially, they're bleeding them dry. All right, you get bled dry. So Russia could have came in and in 3 days packed them up. They could have packed them up, slapped them on the ass, planted the flag right at the goddamn capital of Kiev. If they wanted to. But Putin ain't that damn dumb. Because that's not how you fight a war. I mean, unless you could just, I mean, the United States could have done that to Kuwait and they couldn't pull it off. They could have done it to Vietnam and they could not pull it off. All right. So sometimes you go in there and you think you about to go street sweep everybody. And then you find out, oh, it's a battle. And you're unprepared for that battle. So what generals will typically do, same thing with lawyers, same thing with the government. What they'll do is they'll bleed you dry. That's the best way to beat you, is to bleed you dry. So they'll mentally tear you down, right? So you might be saying they innocent, but they'll mentally tear you down. They'll make it so every day you wake up thinking about this, first thing on your mind, last thing on your mind when you goes to sleep, right? They'll take out your resources. They'll take out your supply. They'll take away your food supply, all your ammunition. They'll take this out, and then they'll make you fight without that. Right? They don't make you fight and just kill you and just be like, okay, just kill you and leave the ammunition. They'll blow up your ammunition and say, fight now. So that's kind of what they're experiencing, where they're dragging this on and on and on. And it won't even start until the year 2027. That's in Transylvania. Then they go into, if you happen to beat that case, go ahead. We got another one waiting for you. This is a nightmare scenario for a person. This is almost, Bill Cosby the same. It's kind of like, dude, just kill me already. Because at this point, they could have served the time and been out. Or at least be halfway done with their sentence. But they're not. They're not. So you guys want to be careful with this. The psychological warfare is what they're fighting. And they know it. They're aware of it. A lot of people aren't aware of it. Oh, if they had them, why don't they just pack them up? Because they probably have access to resources, mostly through, they continue to live stream. They're going to use those live streams and words against them, obviously. So they're letting them talk. All right. Easy peasy. This is an easy, they just let them talk. Okay. Go ahead. Keep talking. You're going to say something we're going to use against you. Got it. All right. And they're also going to, once they have access to be able to cut off or use up all them available super chats or whatever they're getting in terms of support or access to whatever people they're connected to and cut those ties, all right, then you don't have nothing to fight with. And then it's easy peasy. Then it's a slam dunk. Even if you're innocent, slam dunk. So this is a good defense. Also, football teams use this defense, right? They'll build their team on the defense. Right? Offensive teams use this. They'll just run the ball down, up the gut, all right? Right through the A-gap, right through the alley all day. Ground and pound your ass. 10-yard fight. 10-yard in the cloud of dust. You would think, why don't the football team just drop back, use their receivers, and throw it 80 yards downfield and go get a touchdown? Why don't they score as fast as possible? Okay, why would you do that? Because your defense is going to be on the field for 45 minutes. Okay? Why don't the basketball team just run down and shoot and score as fast as they can? Well, that gives the other team the ball, and they can make you play defense for another 35 seconds. All right, so it's a strategy that people use. You just don't go in there and blow it up. All right, you don't go in there and make it easy for them if they have ammunitions to fight. Okay, then you become predictable. Now your defense is constantly on the field. And now you wear down your defense. You make them prone to injury, and boom. All right, now you don't have a defense, but your team now got to score 90 points. Now your team got to score 90 points because you ain't got no D. Your D going to be giving up the booty hole every possession. So, yep, soccer does this. So it's a possession game. It's a time of possession game. Now let me wear their defense down so that at the end of the game, it's easy for me to score on them. I'm going to wear them down. 10-yard fight. Run our 235-pound running back right up the middle. Boom. Make them motherfuckers tackle. Make them block. All right. Make them backpedal on defense. Okay. So they're playing chess against the Tates, who are chess masters, if I'm not mistaken. All right. But they're playing chess against them. And for people who are fans of them, just realize they're playing chess against them. And so now they're putting up war charges and they're working in conjunction and collusion with these government entities. Oh, this is what we're going to do to them. What we're going to do to them is make you drain the resources on your weak ass case over in Transylvania. And then when they cooked, then they got to come to us with nothing to fight with. Playing the long game. Playing the long game. It's pretty simple. So for the fans, please realize that I'm just giving you a truth about what the situation is. Okay, and let's just say both cases are flimsy. There's no evidence. That don't mean you ain't going to jail. That don't mean you ain't going to jail. Okay, just because there's no evidence. Nigga, that means if you can't afford anybody to represent you and you broke, that's enough to put your ass in the slammer. Right? So there don't gotta be no evidence. There could be flimsy ass evidence, but you got a public defender. Guess where you're going? To jail. Learn it real quick. You're going to jail on a flimsy case because you got no resources. Yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, look, Crime and Law CGA, speaking of people that need to be in jail, these two schizoids right here, listen to this alleged video that is, I don't know if it's real, but we're going to play it. It says right here, this is a camera of some sort of rideshare, Uber, Lyft, or any one of these. And it says right here, no caption needed. Let's play the video.
Hey, go on his shit and rate him 1 star. He's done.
He's gonna charge me $400.
He's not gonna charge you because we're gonna say he raped us. Period.
Kina, he has.
So watch him. The second he says he raped us.
But he has cameras though.
He doesn't have fucking cameras. We have cameras. I've been recording it this whole time.
Kina.
So he's done.
Kina, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We'll just pause. We'll just cancel.
Dumbass bitch.
Kina,
you can't let a cigarette in the rental.
It's okay. It's okay, Kina. It's okay.
Okay, you ready? I'm gonna request an Uber.
Yeah, it's okay, Kina. It's okay. It's okay. He didn't do anything. That's fine.
He did, cause he's done. The second he got an attitude and said,
"It's okay, Kina.
Oh, it's on the Uber."
No. All right, so this woman's in her feelings. These type of women need to be in big girl jail. All right, they need to throw in lock up women like this. And of course, you see the Ling Ling. She's trying to be rational and the voice of reason amongst two drunk skeezers. All right, but because she said what I said about Andrew Tate, the moment he picked on me, the moment he picked on the wrong person, now he got to go to jail for rape. I mean, this is some evil, sick shit. Because she got her feelings hurt and he couldn't smoke in the car or whatever it is. The moment he said this, he's done. He going to prison. Now, this is why I also say, you have so-called good girls hanging out with women like this. Birds of a feather flock together, but they'll be like, but I'm not like those girls. Bruh, I don't hang out with goofy niggas, right? I don't hang out with niggas like this. Or men like this. So that means, no, I'm going to be in good company. But when you find constantly so-called good girls hanging out with skeezers like this, they're just as worse as the skeezers themselves. But these women need to go to prison for this as well, for sure. All right, because this type of accusation is crazy. It ruins the guy. It's a false allegation. She's admitting it's a false allegation. And she's out here trying to tear him down because she couldn't smoke in the car. And she wants her friend to corroborate her story. Absolutely sick people.
Bye. Oh, okay, we're recording. Hey, go on his shit and rate him 1 star. He's done.
He's gonna charge me $400.
He's not gonna charge you because we're gonna say he raped us. Period.
Kina, he has.
So watch him. The second he says he raped us.
But he has cameras though.
He doesn't have fucking cameras.
Yeah, look at this. And the little Filipina's like, yeah, he got cameras. I'm looking at them. And her dumb ass, she doesn't have cameras. Deion Sanders is coaching. All right, same shit. He doesn't have cameras. And then she find out, yep, he has cameras. But the other Filipina's like, yeah, nigga, bitch, you crazy. And so this is also why she knows there's cameras. So she's like, yeah, I'm being quiet on this one. I'm being quiet.
Guys, we have cameras.
Yep, she even tried to point it out. But the other bitch so loud and wrong, she just pointed out the camera. He has a camera. She saw the camera before this bitch saw it. She too busy being loud and wrong.
Because I've been recording it this whole time.
Kina.
So he's done.
Kina, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We'll just pause. We'll just cancel.
Dumbass bitch.
Kina,
you can't let a cigarette in the rental.
It's okay. It's okay, Kina. It's okay.
Okay, you ready? I'm gonna request an Uber.
Yeah, it's okay, Kina. It's okay. It's okay. He didn't do anything. That's fine.
He did, because he's done.
I believe this woman saw the cameras, so this is why she's acting like this. Who agrees? Who agrees? This is an easy one. Okay, I believe that the young woman you see on the screen here under the false alligator, okay, this woman, I believe she saw the cameras, so she's trying to be super nice. All right, she's like, no, I seen the camera. She pointed it out. Hey, he recording us. So she's like, it'll be okay. It's okay. Bitch didn't want to hear that there was a camera. Okay, so now she like, oh yeah, it's all right. It's okay. Yep, she covering her ass. But she tried to help the friend, but the friend ain't listening. The friend ain't listening. So she like, okay, I'm going to save myself now. Shit. Okay.
Second, he got an attitude and said,
It's okay, Kayla.
oh, it's on the Uber.
No, he was.
Bye. Oh, okay. We're
Yep. Yeah. She trying to help Kayla. She trying to help Kayla. She like, Kayla, it's okay, bitch. It's okay. Calm the fuck down. All right. Oh, boy. She's like, I'm covering my ass. But she don't want to know. She's trying to see that the fact that she's not even acknowledging the cameras is letting you know. The only reason she's saying that is because she saw the camera. Anyway, isn't that crazy? Yeah, man. She like covering that ass. Yeah. Okay. Let me see what we got here. Oh, my goodness. All right, I have an issue that's going on. And I got my brother here. Fresh is in the building. Fresh. All right, hold on for a second. I'm going to get back to you, brother. He said, I see you live. You know I'll be live 100% of the time in here. All right, but I'm going to get back to you. I'm going to get back to you in a minute after the show. How about I do that? Shout out to you right there, Fresh. All right. She definitely saw the camera. All right, we got other supporters here. It is G says, do you agree that tradition is nothing more than peer pressure from dead people? Tradition is nothing but peer pressure from dead people. Interesting. I like that. Tradition is nothing more than peer pressure from dead people. Yeah. I can see that. And typically, like when we hear a tradition like baseball steeped in tradition, right? It was a traditional game. Golf, all right? These games have, made it so it was a gentleman's game, and you couldn't do this, and there was an unwritten rule for that. Like, you can't do this, you can't do that. When you hit the ball, you got to run the bases, all right? Don't hit the ball and look at the ball, all right? You can't do that. Motherfuckers will fight you for that. So, yeah, people do have that. Dead pill rage. Yeah, tradition is pure pressure from dead people. But, also I think traditions aren't necessarily traditions for very long. So in my case, when people call something traditional marriage, I'm like, you're literally talking about marriage from an 80-year period. And that 80-year period you're talking about preceded you. But what about the 80 years before that 80 years? Or what about the 80 years before those 80 years? What did marriage look like then? It looks nothing like the tradition that you're talking about. It looks nothing like it. If you went back 200 years, that ain't traditional marriage. The marriage that was you consider traditional was your grandparents' marriage, but then those same circumstances don't exist. So it's going to be hard to have a traditional marriage in that part. That's what I think about tradition. It only precedes probably about 80 years before you were alive or an adult. But if you went back 80 years before that, it was completely different. So I'll give you an example. All right. It's been, let's just say for me, let's use quick math. The year 2000, 80 years before the year 2000 for us old people, 1920. All right. 1920, you could say marriages back in the 1920s included courting. Right. And all of these things, you courted, you used social circle. There were religions and churches, even down in the down deltas of Mississippi. You did this in the 1920s. OK, now go back 80 years before that. Where are you at? 1860. You were in slavery. Right, nigga. So how traditional is that? OK, so black people in traditional marriage, you were slaves at this point. So what does this tradition look like? Okay, go back 80 years before that. You were still slaves, all right, but it was worse, sir. So 80 years of tradition can be simply wiped away by the previous 80 years of tradition. Am I correct? It was 1840, CGA math with CGA. So you were slaves. All right. So, yeah, the 1920s looked nice. From the 2000s, there were traditional marriages. And then go back 80 years before that, you're in slaves. Okay. So how traditional was marriage then? Like the niggas talking about, the tradcons talking about tradition. All right. Just go back 80 years before the 80 years you want it to be. And you're not doing that tradition even in that 80 years prior. So anyway, it is what it is. It is what it is. So that's my note about tradition, because it's not as tradition as you want it to be. You go back to the Victorian age, then you go back to the age where niggas was running from the goddamn Black Plague. Tradition looks way crazy then. Way crazy. Yeah. Yep, you got concubines, and you got people out here, the king coming down in this robe, picking out the best bitches. Look at that flat back bitch. All right, now you're talking about women getting married at 14 and 15. 14 and 15. But now you got 35-year-old women that want traditional marriages. And then you have to ask, whose tradition? The white European tradition? The blacks before they was kings tradition? The Aztecs traditions, the Mayans, the Incas, the motherfucking Mexicans, the Native Americans, the Indians, cowboys and Indians. Whose tradition are you talking about? The Vikings? Like, what tradition, motherfucker? So that's what I say at that point. It gets a little bit tough. This is why that traditional marriage shit is just nonsense after a while. You're trying to uphold a standard that only existed in a window that you idolize. Soon as you go back and march that shit back a couple of yards, now you first them motherfucking 10 from your own 3-yard line. Okay. Oh, wait. You don't want to be down there, nigga. You just trying to get off the goal line and not get a safety. And all you're gonna do is punt it. All right. That's what you're gonna do. All right, you ain't driving it down 97 yards. You just trying to get some room for your punter to not stand on the damn back line of the end zone. Punt. I'm ruining people's lives here tonight. Shout out to No Government Name. Since the drag cons and the PUAs reject your all men pay and say some men invest, what's their argument for all women sell? What is their argument? I don't know. They always make up shit. Their point is to not hear your point and then just completely dismiss whatever your point might have been. No Government Name. Can you explain why American blacks typically know everything about something unless they don't know anything about, or they know everything about something unless it's sports, sneakers, but when it comes to economics and geopolitics, they know nothing. And they see it as a bragging point. No, they know something about it. They just don't know the right thing about it because they don't study upon it. Most people don't study upon it. So they have a feeling about it. Everything's about feelings for them. I feel like I don't give a fuck what you feel. I feel like how it should be. I feel like I don't give a damn what you feel like. All right, but it is what it is. Shout out to No Government Name. The real BH is in the building. Shout out to you. Thank you for your support. Our brother Sid, the Kid Thompson, is in the building. Appreciate you, Coach. Shout out to you. That's a sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
Chris Mack says, I need a special unique blend to that Ling Ling neck. Shout out to that Ling Ling that needs a special blend.
It's barbecue in there.
I need a special blend of man. A special blend. Yeah. So, yeah, most people don't have information. They just be like, and most of them are just trying to say something to repeat something that they can get some e-sleeve. We got our brother, the Trevenator, says, on the plane to Medellin, Colombia for the first time. Free agent lifestyle for life.
I got money.
Enjoy them $2 Shakiras. Enjoy about 5 $2 Shakiras on CGA. All right, if you're heading down the middle, and watch out for that fucking poisonous dragon shit that they be putting on you. All right, watch out for that. What do they call it? All right, watch out for that. But enjoy them $2 Shakiras. All right, you're gonna be having a party. We got our brother here, Thomas Cat. I'm a 6 foot, 56-year-old guy and dating a super hot blonde Ukrainian who was no maintenance. 50 and no kids. She would just come over twice a week for some awesome segs. She said, I was the best lover she ever had, and you made her bust over and over again until she swallowed and ended up loving the banana up the tailpipe, too. Shout out to you. Damn.
Oh, the humanity.
He says, I said, I love how tall she is and takes it so good. She said she's so crazy about me. But I said, guys may say they prefer petite, but I could never have as good a sex being too small for me. He says, all was good. She called me awesome and she left. Later, she went home and said her self-esteem can't take her comparing her to other women, and complimenting her being big pissed her off and said, I blew it. Oh, no. He says, I've been very kind in trying to handle the aftercare as you teach. She goes on a work trip today and was at first writing it off that she wants to be single for it. Okay. Seeing if she is cool when she gets back to maybe make peace. I don't get what happened. Oh, no. He fumbled the bag. He fumbled the bag. And people complaining about my reading, nigga, if I showed you this paragraph, all right, Ninja's always complaining about my reading, while my reading isn't always great. All right, look at how this shit is written, man. Listen, all right, this shit is not written for reading all the time. People just be putting this here, bro. Look at this shit. Like, this is what I'm reading off the screen, just for people that I want to see here. And I can show you even worse shit that I read. All right, shout out to my supporters. This is what I be reading, bro. So don't at me, nigga. Do not at me about my reading, bro. Like, this is what I'm reading off of. Okay? I can show you even worse messages that I've had to try to clean up to read. Like, this shit is terrible, man. Look at that. Like, I'm trying to make sense of this live. Like, I didn't get to pre-read the shit. I'm just looking at it like, okay, this is a big blotch of a paragraph. Like, okay, all the words running together. No double spaces and shit, nothing. All right, no commas, no periods, no transitions, no motherfucking indentation, no tab, no nothing. I'm gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna make sense of this. Fuck it. All right, what was this? $5. Let's fucking make it make sense. Let's go. $5. If y'all keep sending these to me and I keep reading them, I get another $5. Let's go. It's just words running together on my screen, but I got to make it make sense. All right, Jesus. All right, but I'm going to answer this in a message. All right, I'm going to answer this in a minute. I'm going to pick on somebody else. He be sending me some funny ass shit that I be trying to censor and correct. All right. You guys don't realize the problems the shit that I do for $5 out here. Shit that I do for $5, niggas. All right, shit. That's what happens when you're demonetized. Oh my goodness. All right, so let's break down what happened to you, sir. I'm gonna break down what happened to you because you paid. You paid. All right, so let me tell you what happened. All right, I'm gonna tell you what happened. And guys, I want you to take notes. The less you say to women, the more better it's going to be. The less you say, the better it's going to be. The less you say, the better it's going to be. The more you try to tell them, hey, compared to short women, you're better. I like tall women. I like women with curly hair, and you got curly hair. I hate women with straight hair. I like fat women, thick women. I like thick white women. I like my white women thick. I don't like skinny white women. I like white women. I hate black women. The minute you do this, you cooked. You're going to realize that a lot of women have delayed reaction. This is why they can remove consent after the fact. When they're in front of you, since they're passive aggressive, typically, they don't confront you on what you're saying to your face. But when they have time on that lonely drive back home while they're licking your nut out of their vagina and it's dripping in between their panties into the crevices of their seats. All right. And they go home and they got to take a shower and they got to go up in there with something to scrape the nut out of their punani, or they got to piss nut into a toilet. They start playing back whatever you just said. And they play back everything. And then let's just say you were seeing her 2 times a week. She playing this back for days until she sees you. She's dreaming about it. She's thinking about it, because this is how women work. This is how it works. So what you said was, I like the fact that you're tall and that it seems like she's big too. So I can't, but you said right here, other guys may prefer petite women, but not me. I like them thick, big, and most of the time, this is going to be an L. Whatever you like about them, just like it about them. You don't need to tell them. Even if they ask, I think I'm a little bit too thick, or I know I'm a thick. Don't say, yeah, you thick. Your pussy fat. Like, she going to go home and she going to be looking at her punani like, why is it fat? And I know it's fat. Well, why does you like fat punani? Like that say, like the same thing. I like young women. All she's going to hear is you're going to like is young women as young as you possibly can like them. So you must be sick. All right. Because she's going to be like, I'm 23, but I look 18. He might like 18, 16-year-olds. So what's going on here? Are you a predator? So these type of things happen because women do play things back. By the way, you got to really watch what you say to a woman. She going to play back all of that. Women say things that I say to them. Remember when you said this to me? And I'll be like, huh? I don't remember saying this. Yeah, she remembers it. She remembers it. So you got to be careful what you're saying. Just keep it right in your head. Do very little talk with them. Once you get engaging in talk with them that is beyond small talk, you're headed for danger. Almost every time. She's going to come back and say you said something, and it made her think. It made her think. But when she was giving you that body and y'all was speaking body language, all right, and that's all you were speaking, and you were putting it here and there, yeah, she's going to come up with a way to disqualify you. This happens. Even in dating, guys, when I tell you to go on dates, just be indifferent and don't say much. If she's into you, she will give you everything. If she's into you, just play it cool. Don't say much. Don't tell her your life story or any of that. Don't tell her your opinions on societal events, politics, sports, nothing. Nothing. You don't need to tell them all that shit. Even if she asks, aren't we here to have fun? You're gonna enjoy the moment. Don't you want to enjoy the moment with me? Let's enjoy the moment. You know how these things get. People just want to argue, and we're not here to argue. But some women want to do this to disqualify you. Who's a woman more in love with? A man she doesn't know or a man she does know? We're talking about infatuation. We're talking about the infatuation, not a woman that loves a man out of time and loyalty. I love him. He's a good father and a dad, and he's been dedicated for me for 12 years. That's not love. That's just some fucking sick loyalty. Who does a woman love? Who's she infatuated with? Somebody she don't know. A person she knows the least about. A person she knows the most about, typically going to get the ick about something. But you will see a woman head over heels. What's his last name? Well, I don't even know. And you've been up her Duke shoot. Where does he work? He didn't tell me. How much money does he make? Well, I think he makes some money. He's got a Porsche in his garage. Mystery. This is why we call it the Bruce Wayne method. It hinges on mystery. So that's why I say at the beginning of the show, I'm the Bruce Wayne of this ish. It hinges on being mysterious. When I talk to women, I don't talk no red pill with them. None. Why would I talk to you niggas hours on end about red pill for me to just go find a woman and talk red pill to her? I don't even talk red pill to men that I know. All right? Even if I saw you or my friends, I don't even talk red pill to them. It's a mystery to them. Women find out about me. But by the time they found out about me, I've examined those effects. I've already examined them in and out, and I didn't hit that bottom, so they'll give it a pass. Right? But I don't jump out here and be like, hey, I'm I'm motherfucking the Bruce Wayne of this shit. I have a YouTube channel. I got 11 subscribers. I'm on platforms. I'm on TikTok. I got 100K everywhere. I never say any of that shit. I never be like, the red pill says this, and I'm a misogynist, and yeah, it's pointless. All right, I don't do any of that shit. I just let them figure it out. They don't even know my real name. They know a name that I use, which is a real part of my name. But they don't even know my real name for months. I got people that I've flown in and flown out and gone on vacation with. She doesn't even know to call me the name that you guys know of me. She calls me another name. Even to this day. And it's been months and months and weeks and weeks and years. She calls me another name. That is the Bruce Wayne of this ish. Okay? The Bruce Wayne. So when I say I'm the Bruce Wayne, and I'm going to have to break down all my nicknames for the new people, I'm the Bruce Wayne of this ish. Okay? Mystery. This is why we tell you red pill rage is something you have to get out of in order for you to achieve where you need to go. Because if you don't get out of red pill rage, you'll find yourself talking to women about the red pill. Yep, and daddy is what it is. Okay? But you'll end up being out here trying to prove yourself against some strange bitch that you're trying to fuck on some red pill bullshit. You don't have to do it. Then say less. Moan and groan, fold up, put fucking knees and ears. Put knees and feet by ears. Do whatever the needs you do. Slap ass, whatever you need to do, guys. Stop telling these bitches where you work. Well, I work right here and I work in tech. She don't need to know that. She don't need to know that. Not on the first date. And I work on the other side of Sherman and Keith. I work on this side of town. These are my work hours. You ninjas are crazy. These are the type of women I like. I don't like black women. I like white women. I'll never date a black woman. I don't never date a single mom. Right? Just chill the fuck out. You're giving them way too much information to disqualify you. Same thing as this guy right here. He getting it like he wanted. He getting a woman like he wanted, and he fucked it up saying too much. Right here. And now she don't want to go up and drop that neck. Now, it also can be that she has another guy now. All right. There's another guy. All right. But we don't know that. But he had it with the way he wanted. And he was like, I just don't get it. With women, say less. There's a joke that I say with women that keep asking me questions. I deliver pizza. Right. I deliver pizzas. Now, the reason why that works and they just laugh it off. It's because I just pulled up in a Porsche. All right, or a G-Wagon. Now, I don't have to prove myself as much. She'll just laugh that off. She'll press and press and press and press. All right, what do you do? Oh, I work from home. Yeah, but what? I have an e-commerce business. I've been doing it for a little while. Yeah, but what do you sell? Okay, I sell pizzas. All right. I sell pizzas. This is the end of this conversation. Now, you want to find out what the fuck, how I deliver pizzas in a Porsche? Or what? Well, you want to keep going? You can't read the room, obviously. I thought you were smart. I thought you were smarter than this. Clearly you're not. Right here. All right. So now, then it's going to work and they're going to have to laugh it off. Okay, I see. You just don't want to talk about it now. All right. I see you can get the picture. You can read the room very well. All right, good girl. Good girl. I always tell them good girl just to put them in their place. I don't care who I'm dealing with. All right, it's always good girl. I don't care if she's 40. I'm going to say good girl. And see what she says. I ain't no girl. Check, please. Right? Check, please. It's time to go. Because I only treat good girls. Right there. So anyway, that was that. I hope that helped you guys. Here's the thing. Say less. Women don't need to know anything. They don't need to know anything about you. Okay? They don't need to know your preferences or any of that. They'll figure it out. But the less they know, the more they're going to try to find out. All right, they'll try to find it. They'll be searching and looking. You want them bitches doing that, searching and looking. Okay, where the hell is Nigga? Okay, where did he grow up? You want them Googling your fucking name without information. All right, they Googling your name and all of that shit. By the time they get down to getting any decent information, you've examined it, her guts, all of that stuff. You didn't put it in her mouth. You didn't nut it on her feet, all of that. You didn't done whatever you needed to do. Now, most of the time, by the time they find out pieces of information, it's too late. You done kicked the can down the road. You already done got what you wanted, and they be like, don't you like that? Don't it feel good? Here, let me give you some more of that. Let me slide that in. By the way, man, I talk about this a lot on Locals. This is the Bruce Wayne. I'm the Bruce Wayne of this ish. Go ahead and click the link on Locals. I break this down. Don't tell her your hobbies. Don't tell her none of that shit. What kind of hobbies do you do? What do you like to do? This seems like a simple conversation. All right, this is not a job interview. All right, I got more hobbies than I can afford. I got more hobbies than I can afford. But, you know, y'all want to tell these bitches you collect Pokemon cards and shit like this. And these women pussy just drying up like the Sahara Desert. Tell them a little information and put them in a situation where this type of conversation is going to be very minimum. Meaning that the first meeting, short. Don't even get into these type of things. Bitch trying to do you comfortable. As soon as she leaned back in the chair, all right, good. I have a work meeting that I need to get to. Glad I was able to squeeze you in. I'm out of here. Vroom. All right, here we go. She like, God damn, who is this guy? Mystery guy, Bruce Wayne. Mouthpiece niggas tend to talk way too much. You ever see Mouthpiece niggas? You know, because I've been, and you know what I be doing was, I grew up in Cleveland. I was born in Tallahassee. Niggas just be talking and talking and talking and talking and talking, and the woman just like, oh boy. And you know, goofy ass niggas, just chill out, relax, act like you've been there before, never be too excited, be quite indifferent about them. Women chase after, they go after, or they're curious about, or they become infatuated about men they know little about. The more they know about you, them bitches don't like you. They don't like you, not them bitches. Women don't like you the more they know about you. Have you figured this out or not? Have you figured this out or not? Soon as they know a lot about you, they tend to be like, maybe something about this person is weird. It's off. You want them bitches curious, like Curious George. All right, anyway. Stop telling these women what you like. Dating profiles, same thing. By the way, join me on Locals. One of the worst things you could do on dating profiles is say what type of woman you want. I don't want no black, single mama, fat, overweight. They're not going to be like, no, the woman that qualifies for that literally is the woman that you want from that is not going to see you as, oh, I'm so lucky. That's exactly the type of guy I want. A guy that knows what he doesn't want. What the women will do is sympathize for the women that you said you don't want. What's wrong with single mothers? What's wrong with black women? What's wrong with fat women? What's wrong with this? They literally, now women can get away with this. Women tend to get away with this because men are competing. But ninjas will get up there and be like, I don't want no overweight 40-plus-year-old single mama fat black welfare recipients. All right. Nope. That's what ninjas do. All right. And then the other women are going to be like, this guy's weird. What she's going to read is, I want women from high school that are puny with their titties sitting up here or flat-chested who hasn't had sex, who's a virgin. That's what she heard. And white and a drug addict. That's what she's going to hear. She doesn't hear, he wants somebody prime. He wants somebody, this guy has standards. That's not what she's going to hear. All right. Anyway, moving on. We got this part of the show right here. Oh man, do we have It's an Evil World We Live In? Oh man. Okay, maybe, do we have time? Let me see where we're at. I got time for it. Let's see here. It's an Evil World We Live In. It's only two. No, I guess we'll do the whole thing. It's an Evil World We Live In. Here we go right here. Oh, by the way, to do this, when you say, oh, I love Asian women, she's going to hear fetish.
It's an evil world we live in.
She's going to hear fetish. Just like when a white girl comes up. I love black men. All you're going to think about is all the Minnesota Viking niggas that fucked her. That's what you're going to think. Am I not tripping? I only date black men. If a white woman says that to you, you're going to think about all the Pookies, the Gloctaviuses, the Ray Rays, and all that shit that fucked the shit out of this woman for however long she's been 14 years old to now. You're going to be like, this woman been... And you can confirm it. Just look at some photo book or her Facebook or some shit like that. And then when you see her with all these big ass, brawly ass niggas, all right, it's going to confirm that that's how she sees you. All right. You just the next nigga. That's all you go hear is fetish. All right. It's an evil world we live in.
It's an evil world we live in.
All you're going to see is Pookie in your mind. And she's going to have mad Pookies on her resume. All right. So it's an evil world we live in right here. We got this woman here that says POV. When you find out the other guy likes him more. So this is a woman who's a girlfriend. She finds her boyfriend or husband's voicemail or text that the other girl sent, and the other girl likes him more than she does. Shout out to my relationship guys.
Hey, I'm gonna go take a shower.
Okay.
Come on, unlock me. You know you want to.
Oh my God, babe, I miss you so much. It hurts. Like, I just want to be with you, you know? And I don't even care that you have a bunch of other girls. Like, it's fine. I don't mind, you know? I just want you. However, whenever, like, I will let you do whatever you want to me, whenever you want to me, at any time. You know, you can have this puss whenever. And I will even pay your bills if you want me to. You want me to give you money? Like, do you want me to take you out? Like, I'll pay for your car. Like, I'll do whatever, you know? And also, if you want, I can give you head on command, too. Like, whatever. And I could even eat your ass.
Hey, you good?
All right, so this woman found out, yeah, all right, the side chick willing to do more than the main chick, but that's why you got to have the side chick. But, you know, when you're in a relationship with a woman and she doesn't think you have other women, she doesn't think you got it like that. Now, when she finds out you got a side chick, doesn't mean she's going to leave, but then she will have competition anxiety, especially when she finds out what the side chick is doing. Oh, the side chick, oh my God, the side chick is doing shit that I won't even do. Yes.
Oh, the humanity.
But sometimes that can keep you as the main chick. You know what I mean? The main chick is there for a reason as well, but she's got to remember why she's there. She might think, I could do better than him. Now, there's a woman that is willing to do more for you and that man than the main girl. Yeah, man. But this will bring. You think this is going to be a negative for him? This is actually going to be a positive because she's going to go in there and try to drop that neck. All right, so this girl, you see she's in her lazy wife, homely material on, you know what I mean, out there, peace leave just boiling. Okay. But what's happening is the wife is going to then be like, I better step my game up or I'm about to lose my man. That's great piece of competition anxiety that you can use here. You want them to know that other women are texting you. Now, for us, it works opposite. Soon as we hear competition, we typically bow out of competition. So when women try to use this against men and it doesn't work. All right, men go. You know, especially when it's a white woman or a woman of another race that says, I love black men. And then all of a sudden you see, or she talks about what her previous boyfriend did, or she has access to this, or she has a friend in the NBA. Men typically be like, never mind. Right here. Men hear that and be like, You meet an Asian woman and she got all Pookie friends and she know friends on the Raiders. You be like, that's all right. Or you see a woman like this and then you see her Instagram and she got 511 followers. You be like, men typically bow out of competition. All right. But women tend to escalate. Women tend to want to either compete or bow out. So they typically, like, if you have a woman that is your woman and she finds out you can have access easily to other hoes, all right, she will step her game up. If she thinks that you don't have access to other women, she'll get lazy on you. she'll get lazy on you. All right. So some women have admitted this. So I'm not making this up. They have said, man, why am I with this guy? No other women notice him when we're out. No, women don't even look at her. Let's just say, you don't even have to be in good shape. Let's say you're a doctor and you have a whole bunch of nurses that are after you. Your wife gonna do her best to try to either compete against those nurses, or she'll say, I don't care what he does. She'll eventually say, you can fuck those nurses. I don't care. All right. You can do it. Fuck the nurses. That means I don't have to do it. But she'll still stay with the guy because he's a doctor. Right. And he brings home a lot of money. So she'll be like, I'll just support me and let me get access to the checks. Just don't give them other hoes monies. All right. So you will hear that women will choose a guy and stick around for another benefit. Whereas men, typically, that's the tipping scale. If she does something sexually with other guys or can have access to it, we typically won't compete. Some women will think we will. They'll tell you all the wild shit. An example, women will tell you all the wild sex that she does with other men. Oh, I got a train when I was in high school, ran on me. Speaking of, we're going to have another woman say this. I did this and I've done this sexually. What's the freaky thing you ever done? And she'll tell you and you'll be like, disqualify her. But women think that you're going to hear that and then be like, oh, you're a super sexual freak. I want some of that. But if a man's thinking about a relationship with that woman, he's going to hear that shit and he's going to bounce. All right. He's going to like, nope, you ain't going to be wifey. But I thought he would think I was a sexually open person and he would want to be with me. The answer is nope. Men don't want to hear that shit. Men want to think that a woman is pure. She don't want to hear that she's been defiled. Now, he'll still fuck her and defile her, but he's not going to take her out on dinners and dates when the previous niggas just gave her a bag of potato chips and cracked her. Right? Right? So, let me show you this right here. We got another woman out here. This fine little piece of mulatto chick right there. Good. Now, before you call me a pedophile, brothers, she is of age. And number two, when you hear what she says, you shouldn't be protecting her. She's for all of us. She's our girl. The Y is silent. All right. So before you protect her, and she's young, it could be somebody's daughter. Let's hear what somebody's daughter is fixing to say. And no, this ain't a skit. We got 3 youngins. All right. 3 youngins. All right. Shout out to these youngins here. And the mulatto is who we're going to pay attention to. Yeah, these women are barely of age. But let's hear what we got here.
What is your craziest summer break confession?
Oh my gosh, bro. Hold on.
Say.
But one summer, like, I got really fucked up. And there was just a group of, like, 5 guys. And a train happened. But, like, it wasn't anything crazy. 5 isn't even that much, bro.
Where's your dad? Where's your mom?
5 isn't even that much. It's not that much. It's not that much.
It's not that much.
If I would have went to 6, that would have been crazy. But I only went to 5. What the? It was like 2 summers ago. It was nothing, bro. Next summer, I'm gonna up it to 6. Maybe this summer.
Damn, that's crazy. Well, let me be that +1 then.
I told you, remember
it's complicated though.
Complicated.
Yeah. What is your craziest?
Trying.
Yeah. And then when she gets 26, she was like, but I was young. It was in my past. It shouldn't matter. Yeah. And her girlfriends backed her up. It was only 5 guys. It was only 5. That's all.
Trying.
And then she's like, yeah, I plan on just using my pussy to get 6 at one particular point. But y'all was going to come in and cape for this woman when I called her a nice, just right young piece of calico. Okay. Y'all was going to defend her. Are y'all defending her now? Okay. Now, men are going to hear this and say, you obviously not wifey material. Even when she's 10 years down the line, they're going to be like, you're not wifey material. They're going to hear this story. She was super excited about sharing it and completely disqualified her for most of the room. All right. As just recreational material only. Recreational material only. Men don't want to hear shit like this. Even if you did it, we don't want to hear it. But of course, we're glad you told us. But you see how excited she was? Let's say you're on a date with this woman. A date. And then you ask her, what's the freakiest thing you did? And she jumps up and down and says, I want to tell you about the time that I had 5 guys run a train on you. On me. And you just sitting there like. And she's like, what's the freakiest thing you did? I had sex with my girlfriend in the changing room at Marshall's. All right. And you barely done that. All you had was bedroom sex. Like, you don't even have sex on your couch, ass nigga. It's got to be in the bed. All right. All right. So that's the freakiest thing you've did. You've imagined yourself with 5 women in the room, but guarantee you wouldn't even be able to pull it off. But there you go, guys. This is an example, man. It's an evil world we live in.
It's an evil world.
Summer break confession.
Oh my gosh, bro. Hold on. Say. But one summer, like, I got really fucked up. And there was just a group of like 5 guys. And a train happened.
Damn.
Train.
There's somebody's daughter, and that's a fine piece of calico. She can come up over here. But guess what? When this guy said, I want a piece of that train, she was like, yeah, but now all of a sudden she's not a freak no more. Well, we got to have compatibility. It's complicated. Yeah, remember. But she was super excited about getting the train ran on her. Like, but of course, 10 years later, she's going to sue these guys like they sued Diddy.
But like, it wasn't anything crazy. 5 isn't even that much, bro.
5 isn't even that much, bro.
Where's your dad? Where's your mom?
5 isn't even that much.
It's not that much. Look at the guy. Look at the girl. 5 isn't that much. What's the problem? It's only 5 guys. No big deal. And guys, they think this too. They think this. Well, it's just 5 guys at a party. What the fuck? What's the big deal? You've never done that? The answer is no. I've never done that. I'm not. Just these situations don't present themselves to many 18-year-old men. All right? But now, one night, an 18-year-old guy, a group of 18-year-old guys or 19 or 20-year-old niggas are going to do this, and they'll talk about it the rest of their lives. Remember that one fucking light-skinned bitch that we ran a train on? I sat on her face. One guy sucked the dick. 4 of them at the same time. They'll talk about it the rest of their lives. This will be the story of their fucking life, never to be duplicated. Her, she want to run a 6-man. Hey, 5 ain't that much. Right?
It's not that much. It's not that much.
And not that much. There you go.
It's not that much. If I would have went to 6, that would have been crazy. But I only went to 5. It was like 2 summers ago. It was nothing, bro.
But it was nothing, bro. 2 summers ago. It was nothing, bro. It was not a big deal. I was in high school and it wasn't a big deal, bro. Don't judge me. We listen and we don't judge. And she's a pretty girl right here, but a lot of guys think pretty girls are always taken out and nice and pet their hair. Pretty girls be out here getting them throttles like this. And you will never see it. It's going to be 5 pookies.
Next summer, I'm going to up it to 6.
Why not? 6. Good. Level up.
This summer.
Damn, that's crazy. Well, let me be that +1 then.
Yep, look at that. You be the +1? I don't think so.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Look how she's stunned here. Now, let's just say she was just lying. Well, he called her bluff. If you that sexually freaky, why not let me and my homeboys run a train? All of a sudden, this is sexual harassment. Why do you see me as such a thing?
Train.
She's gonna say, I'm not that easy. Oh, okay. It's an evil world we live in, gentlemen.
It's an evil world.
I wouldn't just do it with anybody. That's what she'll say. I wouldn't just do it with any guy. There has to be a special connection. There has to be a special blend of herbs and spices.
I told you, remember the
Yeah, I told you, yeah. Not with any old guy. Not with no randoms. These guys got to be thirsting for me at the high school basketball after the game. Yes. Not just with any old body. I'm not just a woman that does stuff like that. Not with just any group of guys. Has to be members of the basketball team on my college campus. Yo, the Ace family got in here. Ace family cheating scandal. If you guys don't know the Ace family, this is this group of family right here. Very big, popular YouTubers. Don't at me about putting their kids in the video because they have a whole YouTube channel with their kids, right? Which they basically more than less exploit their kids. I'm pretty sure they get paid for it. But one guy is named Austin, and this other woman, I don't really know her name. She's the wife. Austin has been, they had a scandal where they lost their house and got evicted because, he took a hard money loan and was not able to pay it off, and they got evicted. Also, he had a viral video of him pulling up like to school with, I think, a Ferrari or something like that, and asking the kid if they felt like the coolest kid in the school, that he was pulling up in this vehicle. I mean, listen, they got a very, very large archive of videos. Now, what we're going to hear about, and I covered this, they ended up getting a divorce after being separated for a few years, but they still made content during that time because that was their biggest money. That was their biggest money. Now, we're going to hear from the wife in this situation, or the ex-wife, who is now being interviewed by the 304 skeezer called Call Her Daddy. She's part of the new world order. Well, she's going to reveal that there was some cheating going on, and that he might have cheated with up to 20 other women. All right, 20 other women. Although he seems like a nice guy and he's smiling, women fall for guys like this, and they're cheaters. You know, it happens. Okay. And also, there's an insistence to believe that he might have actually ran an orgy in Miami with his dad being a participant. Okay. His dad being a participant, I should say. So he and his dad, it is alleged that him and his dad ran an orgy down with some hot models in Miami for 6 figures and plus. 6 figures were spent on this alleged orgy train, all right, with hot bitches in Miami, all right. And so when you go to Miami at the JUCO and wonder why the prices are up, you can blame Austin and his dad for allegedly getting boats and running up the prices for you niggas. All right, so we got that and more. We're going to go to Call Her Daddy, all right? Call Her Daddy show with the woman's name is Catherine Paez is her name. Sounds like a Latina, if I'm not mistaken. Now, she's going to start off a portion of this show kind of playing the victim, saying that, you know, it was tough being filmed all the time. It was my idea. I didn't want to be filmed all the time, but the money was made. You drank up all the drink and smoked up all the smoke, and you did all of that. You ate up all the food, and you bought up all the houses. But now she's going to be like, I really didn't want to film all the time. It was like a production. So we got that part. Then we're going to talk about the cheating. And yes, women are in a tizzy because these heroes that they found to be very heroic, young women, Gen Z and Zennials, their life is falling apart yesterday with these admissions, even the main event admission. So let's go ahead and play this portion of the video. Fair use.
I can speak for myself. I feel like I was pretending. You know what I mean? It's like, I feel like I was just so disconnected from myself, not like everything around me, but like within myself, you know? And I was like, all of this happened so fast. Like, I gave birth. We started a YouTube channel. It grows overnight. I'm a new mother. I'm newly married. There's all these eyes on us. There's so many people that want things from us. And, you know, it was just a lot of things. And so when the cameras were off, it was more like, I'm just going to sit here and breastfeed my baby and just like scroll on my phone. Like, I never went out. I never hung out with my friends. I hardly saw my family. I was in a really dark place.
Let's talk about the cheating allegation.
Let me stop right here. So you guys see what I talk about when I talk about women. When I talk about women and how they act, you guys act like I'm talking about them like they're a viper. You know what I mean? Like they're a cobra, like they're just out to get you and be like, hiss, hiss. And like they show up like this and you be like, I see it, coach. She's a cobra. She's a lethal venomous cobra. And she's going to be like, cobra. All right. She's going to show up and the women are constantly hissing at you and hissing. That's not how it works. They don't constantly just hiss at you and be like, psst, psst. When they play the victim, they play the victim. It's very passive, just like that. They be in divorce court sounding like that. They be with their lawyer sounding like that. They be at the PTA program. They be at your school district sounding like that. And I was just this, and it felt like this, and it was this, and it just was tough. I was in a dark place.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
I didn't want to do it, but we made all the money, and we smoked up all the smoke, and cranked up and drank up all the drink. All right, let me show you something here, because I need to break this down. I need to break this down so you guys can see. So you guys can see the woman you're listening to, because you guys don't know who you're listening to, so I got to provide some context. All right, this is the woman who was saying, I was in a dark place. It was just so different. All right, listen.
Someone told me
That's her in the middle of it. Looks like a Miami Heat game, or they might have had a concert. Or I think, they were, I don't know where this is. I think the Ace family, I think they did a show. So they went on some sort of tour. That's the Austin guy that you're going to hear about, the one that was beating up all these guts. All right, beating up all these guts. So they were able to sell out an arena full of people here. So let's go ahead and go to this right here. So this is them in their million, kabillion, $1 home tour where she was in a rough place. She was in a dark place right here. All right. It was just so tough. It was all a blur. It was all a dream. All right. All up in the video, all up in the radio. Look at her smiling and shit, drinking up all the drink, smoking up all the smoke. This is her right here. This is her in a dark place, y'all. Yeah, they're very famous. They have 18 million subscribers. 18 million subscribers. All right, so let's show you here of the missus in the dark place right here. It was just so fast. We just had this, and it just seems that. And I have 4 kids. Look at all these cookies and shit. Look at these potato chips and snacks. Okay, right here. All right, it was just so difficult. I was in a dark place, and I didn't know I was on a puppet on a string, and it was difficult. I just can't even just fathom that. You guys just don't know what I had to deal with just dealing with this. Look at this house, bro. It was just so tough. And my kids, we just went through a tough time. We had all these cars and toys and ATVs and boats. Okay, it was tough. I just didn't know how to deal with it. I had a Range Rover and I had life going for me and shit. And it was just so terrible. It was awful. And he was fucking all these hoes and having orgies and shit. This is just a terrible, terrible thing. All right. And we had teddy bears in the room in a movie theater. I was in the sucking place and he was a puppet. That camera was out all the time and I hadn't handle the shit. Look at that. I got nice shoes, an ankle bracelet and shit. BBL, titty implants. I can't take it no more. It's just so terrible. Leather seats and couches and shit, and reclining chairs and shit. This nigga had the nerve to put me up and with all these nice views in the hill. All right. Hollywood Hill mansion and shit and a yacht. Oh my goodness. And he had the nerve to fucking put 4 babies in me and shit. And had the nerve to be out there running trains and orgies on me. All right. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. So that's who you were just listening to. That's who you're just listening to. Like, that's what you were just listening to. All right. Let's play it again in context. Now that you know the context, let's listen to this shit.
That there was much of a change. Okay. I think if anything, all of this happened so fast. Like, I gave birth. We started a YouTube channel. It grows overnight. I'm a new mother. I'm newly married. There's all these eyes on us. There's so many people that want things from us. And, it was just a lot of things. And so when the cameras were off, it was more like, I'm just going to sit here and breastfeed my baby and just like scroll on my phone. Like, I never went out. I never hung out with my friends. I hardly saw my family. I was in a really dark place.
Let's talk about the cheating allegations. Mm-hmm. So,
all right. So doesn't that, it sounds funny when you watching this and you hearing her say it about the dark sunken place she was in. Okay. All right. Listen. Hey, listen, just because people have nice things doesn't mean she should be happy. It was just, I'm not happy. I just sat there and breastfed and scrolled my phone. Really? Really? Is that all you did? Because it looks like you was having a party, shopping and shit, shopping till you dropped. All right, but anyway, let's see here. Let's go to the cheating allegation.
So over the years, there were so many different allegations of Austin cheating on you. And it was a pretty constant conversation online for a couple years. Mm-hmm. At first, how much attention were you giving to these rumors? And did you even believe them when it first started?
When it first started, my heart sank. I'm like, oh.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. Guys, as you can see, her words can't be trusted completely because she's painting herself as the victim, right? Now, it doesn't mean she wasn't victimized, like she was cheated on. I get it. But as you can see, she's talking like a baby voice. She's not talking like a grown-ass woman with 4 kids. All right, but let's continue here. You're seeing the victim narrative being played out.
Oh my gosh. Like I remember like sitting with myself, oh my gosh, like, is this gonna happen? You know? And then it was like, oh, well, I see him. I'm with him every day. Like we're co-parenting, we're married, we're business partners. I mean, when is he going to have time? But it's really interesting. I was telling my mom the other day, I remember when I was 16 years old and I walked into a room where the TV was on and there was, it was that talk show, Tyra Banks. And there was a lady who said, if a man has enough time to go into the bathroom, he has enough time to cheat. And it just stuck with me. And I thought, does he have enough time to cheat on me? You know what I mean? And so that was kind of like the beginning. It's like, I don't know what's true or not. And, you know, and I'd even have moments where we'd be laying in bed, you know, just falling asleep. And I'd get a text from a random number. Your husband is out at a party with me, da, da, da. And I'm thinking like, he's right over here. So there's moments I didn't know what to believe. There's some things that are true. There's some things that are distorted. There's some things that are not true. So it was really hard to tell.
And in those moments, did you, because I know you're kind of saying your communication wasn't great. When the allegation started, did you bring it up to him at all? Or was that another thing that you guys kind of were like?
Yeah, no. I brought it up.
And what was his response in the beginning?
Oh, you know, that comes with the territory and let's not respond because we're just going to add fuel to the fire and it's not true. I'm like, okay, you know, and.
So she this dumb. I was so dumb and naive and ditzy and my brain still ain't developed. I didn't know. And he was just doing, and I didn't know. I wasn't paying attention. Lies.
And you trusted him?
I did. Yeah.
Lies.
Yeah, I really trusted him.
When you look back at the very beginning, like the very beginning allegations, do you believe even then he was cheating?
No.
Can you take me to the moment where you found out about he was cheating? And then we'll dial it back to like all the others. But the first big moment you were like, oh shit, he's cheating. Where were you? What happened?
In our hectic, fast-paced lives,
all right, let me add to this because they want to do a commercial here right when I'm breaking this down, but fair use. But as you can see, she's like, I was completely naive, blindsided. He kept it in the dark. This dude, you know, let's let her tell it.
Broken.
Okay.
Like,
the first one. Let's go to the first.
So, you know, I don't remember exactly the first moment because I feel like there's just so many. But there was this one moment. I had just had my daughter, my second daughter. She was about 6 months old or something.
So she's using the kid as a little bit of a, what do they call it? Little safety coverage. Oh, I remember one. I'll tell it. I had just had my kid. All right. So she's leading emotionally here.
And he was like, hey, I have to go to Miami for a meeting. And I go, please. And I'm the type of partner where I love for my partner to feel free. Like, I trust you. Go. You want to go on a trip? You want to go on a boys trip? Whatever you want to do, go. Like, that's just my personality. Now I look back, I'm thinking, like, I should change some things up a little bit and care a little bit more.
Right.
But at the time, I just had a baby. I was tired. I was filming every day. I had another baby. I'm taking care, changing diapers, breastfeeding. I breastfed all my kids 5 years straight. Wow. So,
Again, yep, using the kid as a shield, using the kid as, oh, I was breastfeeding my kids. Bitch, you supposed to telling me about a story where he cheated. We got to tell them about you. Oh, I like my partner to go. I trust him. I don't look the other way. My breastfeeding, my kid just turned. I just put my kid out my pussy. All right. All of this is just a shield, an emotional shield against now this story to make the story even worse. But let's continue.
Exhausted, super tired, you know? And so he said, I want to go to Miami. And I said, you know, you go on your trip. And I remember calling my mom and my mom saying, I would never let my husband leave when my baby's just a couple months old. Like,
mom warned you.
I don't know. You're different. And I'm thinking, oh, well, I don't know. I was like, I think he deserves it. He's been working so hard. He edits. People don't realize he edited every single video on our channel. We didn't have an editor. So I thought, you know, he deserves to go out. Like, it's okay. He wants to go on a business trip, whatever. I remember that business trip like it was yesterday, that business trip.
You said
he called me quite a few times where I felt like, you're calling me a little too much. Like, I was just like, I don't know, like, it's okay, go have fun, you know? And he pocket dialed me accidentally. And I heard women in the back. There were a couple women. And I thought, okay, well, I guess my husband's hanging out with women. Yeah. I'm thinking, whatever. Hung up the phone, continued my day. A couple of months go by. And this blonde male makeup artist makes this video on YouTube talking about my husband and how he was in Miami and there was this group of people and there was all these girls and there was this boat and all these. And to be honest with you, till this day, I never watched the video. But I have gotten that like information from some good friends who watched it for me and were able to like process it for me and help me process it. And I was pregnant in that moment.
You just had a 6-month-old and now you pregnant. Did I get this right? Did I get this right? You said you had a 6-month-old. If I'm not mistaken, maybe this is 2 separate stories, but I'm just trying to hold you accountable here. Now you pregnant again? You see this kid, Shield, pregnant, breastfeeding. He was cheating on me. Like, you see this? Right? You see what's going on here? Like, this is hard, man. I know this is a hard lesson that I have to. It does happen, but I'm just saying. It is. She has 4 kids at a very young age. It could be possible. But she was breastfeeding. She just had a 6-month-old, and now she's pregnant again. This is just using this as a means to kind of paint him in a worse light. I've been a victim. I'm just sitting at home. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on for a second. I'm just sitting at home breastfeeding. All right. I'm just sitting at home breastfeeding, and he out here with running trains on bitches. All right. And I had no way of even knowing. All right. Because I was trusting. Even my mama tried to tell me. Don't trust this nigga. All right. But me, I'm just trusting and caring. And by the way, this particular piece of content and these channels are focused for normies. All right. This is normies that are going to watch this shit. All right. Look at this video alone. This video that you're watching right here has 23 million views. 23 million. I couldn't even in my best day dream up me putting out a regular fucking video and getting 23 million videos. It just ain't going to happen for me. Not today, not tomorrow, maybe in 50 years. I have no idea. 23 million views. The interview that you're watching has 4.8 million views. 4.8 million in one. Wait a minute. How many days? One day. This video was released yesterday. 4.8 million views. You see what I'm talking about? Like, so for instance here, this is why I always tell you, YouTube is bigger than the red pill little vacuum that you're in. YouTube is big. All right. We're in a dark recess corner basement of YouTube. You're constantly watching red pill, red pill, red pill. That's a small section of YouTube. YouTube is a big world. All right. So this is very, very big content, meaning that a lot of people are invested in this. A lot of women in the age group that grew up with watching her content and the family content, dreaming one day of being like her. She's literally Cinderella or Barbie with the big house and shit. She's Barbie to a lot of young girls, meaning that people between the ages of 16 all the way to possibly 32 have watched these women at one point. They've watched these videos at some point. And they dreamed of this. So this is why women had a bad day yesterday. This is one of the reasons, because now it is revealed that the Dream House Barbie, Ken, was having orgies. Right? This is a very, very large YouTube group. All right. Just so you guys can see here, this is not small potatoes. All right. This is a group that has 18 million subscribers. 18 million. So you're going to have lots of normies that are hearing this shit for the first time. And they're hearing, oh, my God, she had a rich husband who gave her the world. She had to just sit in the corner and breastfeed. And he had the nerve to cheat on her while she was pregnant. You see what I mean? This is going to be the narrative. He was a bad guy. He had the nerve. And how can he do it? She's beautiful. Women had a bad day yesterday. So here we go.
And I had to listen to that. And nobody knew I was pregnant. I was having my son. And I remember bawling and thinking, is this true? And even if it's not true, why are people saying this? This is like so detailed. And like, And I believed, I didn't believe the horrors, but it was like, am I just being stupid right now? Like, am I just really not sitting with this? Or do I vindicate him? Do I vindicate our family? And that's what I did. And I think back at my old self, and I think, poor girl, like, I wish I could hug her today. Like, she was just going through so much. And she, the old version of myself just wanted to protect that little piece we had in the family, And I would see it in his eyes, and I'm thinking, like, I don't know, like, something's not right, but I'm going to have a baby and I have to focus on the baby right now. So I wasn't sure, right? And that was a big moment for me because there was some things that were being said that it just made a lot of sense. It was all adding up. You know what I mean?
And did you confront him?
Yeah, I did, but not in a way where I was like, it was more like, how do we fix this? Because this is not true.
Let me stop this. So as you can see what's going on here, now she's going to be able to separate herself from this family and potentially go on and make more content. She has the ability to do this. Austin, he can as well. He'll be able to because he's a successful YouTuber, although his light is going to be dimmed a little bit. So she's doing a good job dimming his light and his potential, but also creating a lane for herself to be able to be separate from this and continue to monetize her children and stuff like this, right? Continue to go forward with it. All she needs is somebody to do the work, okay? That's what she's going to need. She's going to need someone to do the work with her, like for her, do the editing and the filming, because Austin did all of that. Austin did all of that. Let me see if I can pull this up here. So anyway, look, 7 years ago was a proposal. So they've gone from the entire family here. Their most popular video is a proposal, and the next is their first child. Okay, those are their two most popular videos, just so you can see right here. This is 7 years ago. Wait a minute. Looks like they already have children in this intro, but that's younger Austin right there. So we got the proposal and all of that. I guess the proposal came from skydiving. So yeah, there you go right there. Yeah, they spend a hell of a lot of money in production for this particular thing here. So I guess he's going to propose after skydiving. Okay, the best proposal of all time. So you can see who's watching this content. Primarily women. I would probably say their content viewership is probably, I would say 70% women. 70% women. Okay. Oh, wait. Who is he proposing to? The kid? All right.
Oh, the humanity.
All right. So, yeah. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Your finger. We put on the right side, so we'll leave the other hand for.
Oh, my goodness, man. Hey, look, I'm out. All right. So, yeah, that's when women had a bad day. So when you understand that, in the same day, we're going to cover this in the main event, another influencer, another person that you don't know because you dwell in the dark, deep recesses of YouTube. This woman has 8 million subscribers. 8 million in 3 years. Her name is the Wizard Liz. And she's one of these, she's a young Shira 7. It's described to me as by my JUCO yesterday. She told me about both of these stories, so I'll give her a little bit of money for today. I'll give her a cut of the money. That's only right. She told me about this story yesterday, about this woman who is a young Shira 7. Essentially, she's a manifest the man of your dreams, manifest the life that you want, only date rich guys that are loyal. You can get the rich, loyal guy that you want who won't exercise options and all of that. We're going to break their story down because she ended up with this guy. Right? She ended up with this man, and her followers were riding with it until he cheated on her while she was pregnant as well. Okay? So this happened both yesterday. So you got to think the demographic of women between 16 and 34, their world was rocked yesterday. Their world of relationships have been rocked yesterday, especially between that 20-something era. As you can see, we're talking about millions of viewers, millions of watch hours, millions of YouTubers pushing them through the YouTube algorithm. All right. The woman's world were rocked and it went crazy on Twitter. We're going to cover that, but I do want to not get too far behind on the super chats. Okay. So this was all in one day. All right. Both of these. Somebody says she's a femcel. Guys, listen, in the morning, you have to come up with a title, and I chose femcel because I figured y'all niggas will click on it. If I said some popular YouTube woman, right? What did I describe her as? Gold digger? Like what? Maybe I should have put gold digger. All right, but femcel seemed appropriate, simple enough to put on a thumbnail and fit. And then put that in the title for you niggas to click on it. All right, just chill out, niggas. It was very hard to describe who she was. If I said a young Shira 7, like, what do you say, nigga? I got to put something. Jesus. When I put it, I was like, she's not exactly a femcel, but we'll go with it. It's early in the morning, nigga. I'm putting on the show. All right. And it worked. Click. And now you're here. All right. Now, everybody relax. It's hard to describe shit for sometimes. What do I call her? Some bitch? YouTuber. All right. That wouldn't have done it. Femcel. All right. You guys are here. What do we got here? And I get my 2,400 viewers. YouTube says no more than 2,400. You get your 2,400. What are we doing here? Shout out to Preston says, are you done with the Apple podcast? No updates in a week? My assistant messed up. All right, shout out to our brother H every day. Say less, play dumb, be vague, pay for everything, and you're good. You're going to get her to bend over like she was in the goddamn Cirque du Soleil. All right, and that's your goal. That's your goal. They just said TikToker. Oh, that's Soraya. TikToker. Yeah, I'm going to put something femcel gold digger. It is what it is. All right, shout out to our brother. Somebody said, oh, you were giving me an update on that. Thank you, man. Let me go to the Ko-Fi. G says, Coach, I found a sword-swallowing nasty gordita. Help me, my ninja. I'm falling for this chica. Been seeing her at least 3 times a week. I'm starving.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, just have fun with her, man. Y'all got to learn to have fun with women. Have fun with women. Shout out to Key himself, says, CGA, why do you think so many rich guys will pay millions via marriage, but not hundreds via the JUCO? I thought rich people ran the numbers, but we were talking about it earlier, that rich people typically have to be in the matrix. Now, there are some rich people that can be outside the matrix, but rich people are typically in the matrix, which the matrix, like you live in a rich neighborhood. Very few, listen to me, very few rich men are bachelors in prime neighborhoods in communities where there's cul-de-sacs and shit like this. Right? Very few. There's very few playboys in these neighborhoods. Okay? I'm telling you. Even if they are not married, they're probably divorced, but they got a steady girlfriend. All right? They have somebody who's the face. Now, they do debaucherous things behind your back, but yes, a lot of guys, even that they are rich, most of the time they're attached to a corporation, a job, some investments or portfolio. You know, they're a wealth manager. They can't be running around here single, man. Okay? Being single is a new thing that people have accepted of men, and they still really can't accept it. Like, my whole thing is the free agent lifestyle, and it took years to even people to understand what that meant. And there are some people who have been bachelors, but it's literally the opposite of what people are programmed to do. But if you want money and you want to be considered having a clientele, you got to bring the wife. Oh, the wife, and the wife does this, and the wife does that. This is kind of how it works, unless you're really young. And if you're young, 23, they'll let you slide. 28, 30, 40, nah, they ain't letting that shit slide, okay? They ain't letting that shit slide. So, yes, while they do run the numbers, they'll be willing to go ahead and gamble because they're also taught that, you know, for the most part, in these marriages that they're going to benefit, right? wives are benefits to the husband. Oh, I don't know. The wife, I have to ask the wife, and she's the benefit. Without her, she's my better half. You know what I mean? Go home and take the wife and treat her well, and she's going to do this. They never say things like in these meetings, dude, your wife's going to destroy you in a divorce. They never say that. They never say that. And they're never talking like that. You better take care of your wife or she's going to divorce you and take half your money. They're never talking like that. It's because we talk like this. This is why they don't want us to speak the truth. Okay? Especially then when you say Caucasian men. Caucasian men. Caucasian men are in the matrix. This is why black content creators, people don't really care about us. It would be nice if we got married. But white red pill, white anti-marriage content creators are problematic. Very problematic. They're going to go ham on guys like that. That's why if you look at the podcast, the Everwood podcast got way more followers and way more people worried about them than Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit are a couple two niggas, all right, that they have low expectation or look like niggas. All right, they have low expectations for them already. They're controversial, but they already have low expectations. But some white boys getting up there talking that shit is dangerous. Andrew Tate kind of plays the line. I know he's half black, but he doesn't portray black man when you see him. He portrays some sort of English guy. He's problematic as fuck. Kevin Samuels was problematic, but Andrew Tate was way more problematic, right? So when it comes to this, the Matrix, when you talk about rich guys and rich white guys, they in the Matrix. They got to do what the Matrix tells them. If a white guy run up out of here and say, hey, nah, man, we anti-marriage, that's problem for a whole country, not from some niggas in Milwaukee. See, I'm problems from ninjas in Milwaukee, breaking the programming of your mammy. All right, I'm just a problem for you ninjas in Milwaukee. Okay. Kevin Samuels was problematic to a whole bunch of Negroes, all right? And it was like, okay, we got to put that shit out. But he was problematic for men between 35 and 50, all right? That was where he was problematic. Once divorced, twice divorced. But Andrew Tate was problematic for 13-year-old white boys. And they was like, you're going to prison. You see the difference? He was problematic, all right? He says he was still promoting marriage. He wasn't a threat to the Matrix. Oh, yes, he was. All right. He promoted marriage to old people. All right. And very rarely do you see clips of him promoting marriage. He promoted marriage to some people who were listening to him, not for people watching his clips. He seemed very anti-marriage when he was promoting his clips. And most people watch clips. Trust me, nobody's watching a 3-hour Kevin Samuels stream. People did, but not everybody. Not everybody. Nobody even watches my 3-4 hour streams. Very few people. Okay, so you got to realize the clips are what people are watching. They're watching clips of him saying X, Y, and Z. Guys, if you told people today that Kevin Samuels promoted marriage and they were anti-Kevin Samuels, they would say they were unsure about it. They were like, I didn't know that. Exactly. You didn't know. You did not know. All right, he did. He was doing it. There's clips of him coming out now. It's like, oh, I didn't realize that he challenged men. Who remembers that? There's clips coming out now of him challenging men. And there, a lot of his haters were like, well, we didn't know of that part of Kevin. Of course you didn't, because you didn't watch him. You only watched the 4 or 5 clips that went viral. People don't invest that much time into try to figure out let me see what this person's really saying. They don't. Now, with this being said, going back to it, white guys who are anti-marriage are a way bigger threat than black guys who are anti-marriage or anti-relationships or just stay single. It's not even close. They will snuff out white dudes like that in a jiffy. So with that being said, if you wanted to be a rich millionaire, you're probably going to be married. Probably going to pursue marriage. You want to be in a certain neighborhood. I mean, unless you live on the 57th floor and you're Bruce Wayne, or you got a house in the middle of nowhere, all right, a cabin in the woods, they don't care about you. Go up in there and be a hermit. All right, just get away from us. You move into a rich neighborhood and you got cul-de-sac and you pulling up with 3 and 4 cars, Ferraris and Porsches and G-Wagons and vroom, vroom, and young bitches coming out the house like you Quagmire, they're going to put it into that shit. They're going to be like, nah, this is just too much. They don't want the husbands looking at your life going, you don't want the husbands going, oh, we're going to go have beers and cigars at CGA house. All the wives going to think all them young bitches going to be out there that they see coming out the house. And they're going to be looking in this garage and shit and under the motherfucking trunks and the hoods of cars. They're going to be there smoking cigars and shit with bitches giving them massages on their back. All right, they like, They're like, yeah, you going over there? I'm coming too. All right, this nigga going to have a poker table out and shit. So the husbands will just watch me from afar. Hi, because their wives put their foot down. Don't take your ass up over there if he invites you up over there. You ain't going to hang out with that motherfucker. Yeah, you gotta have a high-rise condo, a penthouse to be considered just off where they ain't gonna see you. Right? So if you are a guy like that, if you're just rich, you're gonna be in a penthouse. You're not gonna be in a big fan gated community and shit like that where they got, kids crossing the crosswalk to go get on the bus. So rich guys, unfortunately, these people are probably going to be married. It's very hard to find a single guy compared to a married guy that are wealthy. Name them that have never been married, or let's just say doesn't have children and is not associated with the woman that has his children. Name many guys. Now, let me name all the married guys. Let me name all the married guys that are married and wealthy. You'll come up with 5. I'll come up with 500. 500 to your 5. I'll come up with 1,000 before you came up with 20. So they'll still get married and they'll put their shit on the line. It's the smartest move for them. My man said Hulk Hogan. He was married. Hulk Hogan was married and he got his shit jacked straight from him. And when he does, boom. Jamie Foxx has a child. I think he has a daughter. He think he has multiple children. We talking about a bachelor who's never had children and married. Never had children, never been married. Keanu Reeves is with that old broad, but he's a forever bachelor. But now you with that old broad. He took the easy route out. This Keanu Reeves right here. That's his girlfriend. So what did he do? Did he stay single and just fuck young women? Nope. All right. Yep. Leonardo DiCaprio. Kevin Durant. There's a fewsies. Cristiano Ronaldo has a pay-for-play girlfriend. He has a beard. Cristiano Ronaldo. Girlfriend. Cristiano Ronaldo has a girlfriend. All right. And a loyal down one that he pays X amount of dollars per month. Okay. So he's in a relationship. He has a beard. We're going to call rich men who marry in the Matrix having a beard. So he has a beard. So he has to have a beard. Even so, when he went to Saudi Arabia, he had to bring his girlfriend and they weren't married and they had to figure out how to finesse the rules. Okay. Michael B. Jordan, I don't think has a girlfriend. There are a few here and there, right? 50 Cent. Okay. Name some white guys. Name some white dudes. All right. Black guys are simply easy. Black men don't marry comparatively. We have the lowest marriage rate. White guys. Stay with only white dudes. Okay, black guys don't marry in general. All right, so let's stay with the white guys. Trump married white dudes only. White dudes only. Because it's easy to name black guys. Bill Maher. Ashton Kutcher was with Demi Moore for a long time during the height of his career. So Ashton Kutcher wouldn't get it either. All right. He was with Demi Moore, an older broad and a mammy, for the height of his career. So Ashton Kutcher wouldn't count. And that was his true height of his career. That was when his career was peaking and he was kissing the nanny goat.
New world order.
Okay. We're talking about Dan Bilzerian, threat. John Cena's married. John Cena is now married. John Cena's married. Okay, so he even got remarried. That's his second marriage. Heath Ledger is dead. Aaron Rodgers was with Danica Patrick and another girl. Olivia Wilde. Olivia something. So Aaron Rodgers had a beard too. Lots of these guys have beard. Anthony Bourdain had a whole beard. He had that one woman and he deleted himself. Mark Wahlberg is married. I'm quite sure Mark Wahlberg is married. Okay, or he definitely has a girlfriend, a living girlfriend. Yeah, Mark Wahlberg's married. Tom Cruise was married. I mean, we're saying that they'd never been married, never had kids. Never married, never had kids. Olivia Munn is the one I was thinking about. Olivia Wilde. We're talking about never married, never kids. Just a bachelor. Tom Cruise was married to Nicole Kidman. I mean, come on, man. Never married. So we got Leo. Macaulay Culkin is married to that Asian woman. Macaulay Culkin is married to an Asian woman. Let me see here. If she's not married, they are definitely in a relationship. She's a Disney kid. Yeah, they're married. 2021. To that Ling Ling. Macaulay Culkin. So it is pretty hard. Like it is when you start going, they're all attached. They're all going to find somebody, a handler, this type of thing. Derek Jeter is married, but it was late in his career. But Derek Jeter is certainly married. But he's also a mulatto, so we're going to take him. We're going to disqualify him. All right, Derek Jeter's married, or is there a relationship? Let's see, are they married? They're saying wife, Hannah. Bill Belichick was not married, but he's definitely got a beard. Vanilla Ice definitely has kids. Vanilla Ice definitely has kids. All right, this is an interesting thing, and I think he's married. Oh, he's divorced now. He's divorced now, but he was married and has kids. All right, so it is tough. It is tough to do. You're talking about a guy that says, I'm going to be a bachelor forever. The only one I can think of is Leonardo and a couple here and there. Larry Bird was married. He has a kid. He said Larry Bird. Well, Larry Bird ain't walking through that door.
Larry Bird's not walking through that door, fans. Kevin McHale's not walking through that door, and Robert Parrish is not walking through that door. And if you expect them to walk through the door, they're going to be gray and old.
So we see the question is, you got guys walking around just single and forever staying single. It's just not normal, even wealthy guys. George Clooney, Bill Maher would be another one. He's another one, but he also is.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, that was fun. That was fun. That was a fun thing there. Christopher Walken. You guys are funny, chat. You guys are funny. All right, let's see. Tobey Maguire was... No, that's the other guy. So it wasn't Tobey Maguire. Okay, let me get to these Super Chats. Main event. I know. We're going to get to it. We got to get to it. Boss up. Joshua Moon says, boss up and you'll be rewarded. Women will come to you. They will. They will. It ain't going to be all models, though. Boss up, nigga. Or they'll sell it to you. They'll certainly sell it to you. That cannot be understated. No government name says, Coach, the point about the matrix and having a wife is facts. Early 30s, good financials, good health, corporate status, job, PhD, and everybody wants me to marry. People left and right trying to toss me their female friends and relatives. The Matrix is strong. Facts. All right, the Matrix is strong. Matter of fact, if they find out that you have a good job and not married, they'll hook you up with a single mother. Like this. I know a woman that you would totally love her. And you're like, really? Oh, yeah, she is totally great. She's a down-to-earth woman. She's so nice. And you'll meet her, and it'll be a fat single mother. Now, she'll look good, but she'll be chunky. She'll have a cesarean section scar. She'll be super duper nice, but she'll be like 30, 32 with a 5-6-year-old daughter. They will hook you up with that bitch. Here, throw it. They'll throw you. Throw it. Here, go get him. Take her off your hands. Just take her. She good. You don't even need to see her. You'll love her right when you see her. Take her. They'll think you take anything because a single man is a desperate man in their mind. So you just can't find a woman. So they'll find you one, and she will be a pleasant woman, but she'll be beaten up, weather beaten, punched in the gut, stepped on, beat up, abused, beat from pillar to post. All right, just completely sabotaged and snookered. She ain't going to throw you no young prime piece of calico. They're going to throw you some leftover bullshit. Here's some leftover steak. Here, take her. All right. Yep. And they'll do it just because they know, oh, he's single. He must be looking and he can't find someone. So I got one for you. And I'm like, really? Like, look, I'm single by choice. I'm not desperate. I'm not just desperate out here. But they'll take her. Oh, man, she's so wonderful. She's great. She got a good job. She's in customer service. She worked at the goddamn customer service call center. You know, she broke up with her husband, and her husband beat her from pillar to post. Take her. Move her in with your kid. Take care of the kid, too. Here, take her. Right off your hands. They do this to you, to men. They don't want you to be around here single. In fact, a single woman is actually in a worse position. A single woman is seen as, especially in a family-oriented community, and this is historical, single women were often assigned to men, even married men. Look at the Virgin Mary. All right, so historically, a single woman in a family-oriented community is a danger. Let's say a married couple, and we're just saying for fantasy world, there's a married couple, and you live in a neighborhood in the Matrix. Cul-de-sac, community, nice parks, schools and shit, good school districts. And let's say there's a married couple, but her sister graduated from college and but needs a place to stay. And she stays with her sister who's married and has a husband. This woman is a absolute danger because not only that, she's going to live a young lifestyle typically, which would be late nights. She's going to start dating, dangerous. She might fuck somebody's husband. She might fuck her sister's husband. So she definitely got to get matched up. She got to get matched. She's worse than a dude that has a good job. She got to get matched up. So you will see people be like, and don't let her be about that nightlife. Is she about that nightlife? Is she constantly coming and going in Ubers and shit, selling some pussy here and there on the side, bringing pookies and niggas back to the crib? All right. And this type of thing, dangerous woman. Dangerous woman. So they got to, and historically, they assigned that woman a man. Because she just walking around, enticing all the husbands in the neighborhood, watering grass, picking up mail in her booty shorts in the morning. Okay? Going to the mailbox in her booty shorts, picking up the newspaper. Husband's just waiting at the fucking window, looking through the blinds like, damn. So they got to match her up. They got to push her into the Matrix. You get in that fucking Matrix, all right? Or they going to run her out of town. Floozy. They call her tramps. Floozy, easy. She reckless. They'll call her kind of whores and skeezers. And these will be the women. The women will do that to the other woman. So that is the Matrix. The Matrix does play these games against people. So the men know there's money to lose, but they got to play in the Matrix. Or you're not going to live in a nice community. You're going to live in a high-rise, an apartment building. You won't be able to get you a nice house unless you build one off the grid. Profitable Pat, that earlier segment about the Ling Ling Realtor had me laughing ignorantly loud. Your show is comedy gold, and you in the chat always have me sniggling. Shout out to you and the Coach Gang, and shout out to the Money Mindset. I'm bossing up from your teachings.
Better boss up, nigga.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, brother, man. Thank you, man. And I'm glad to make you laugh. Oh, man, I'm going to be so behind. So I got to get to these. G says, do you agree that the more a woman lusts you, the nastier she'll be. So if the husbands ain't getting nasty sex that she did for Pookie, it concludes that she wasn't attracted to the husband and settled. Yep. Women don't marry for looks. Women do not marry for looks. So I don't know what y'all think. Women don't. Now, looks are extra, right? That's extra. And we're going to see women don't marry for looks. They marry for potential. They marry for stability, security, and all of that stuff. Bill Free Media says we men tend to not compete at a lot of time because we already made a great investment into a woman. I noticed that living around whites, the husband will take care of this woman while she's smashing a Pookie, telling her to earn her. F out of here. Shout out to you and the money mindset. Yes, they will do that for sure. Bob says, do you think one of the ways to protect against false allegations is anonymous sex? He says, I wanted to tell you that you have my first ling-ling. You've had your first ling-ling last Saturday. I was hitting that cervix like crazy. She didn't seem to enjoy it, though. Yeah. All right. She might have not enjoyed it. All right. Who knows? Callie. No, not Callie West. Tara McAdams says, one more round of takeout for the fellas on me. Baby Mama Terrace asked me for grocery money today. All men pay. Shout out to the Coach Gang and my fellow truckers. 21 gun salute. Take me out with this one right here. Here we go. He wants this.
Shut your bitch ass up.
And that's a sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
Indeed, man. Some women be in pain. Some women don't like that bottom hit. Some women, they nut when you hit that bottom. Callie West says Migos said she don't want to be a freak no more, but CGA said there was no exits off Highway 304. Ain't no way a woman can go from getting pounded to Pound Town to ooh and ah, she gone. Quick story about that, Callie West. I had a woman that was a stripper, right? She was a young girl too. She was like, I think she was like 20 or 21. 21. I think she was like 21. And she was hanging out because strippers, they're very common in Vegas, even on dating apps and any other sugar daddy apps. You're going to meet a lot of strippers. And this stripper chick, she was cool, but we went out to this area outside in Summerlin, and she was riding with me. And on the way back, that song came on. I don't want to be a freak no more. Now remember, this girl's a stripper. And then when it comes on, she was like, ooh, turn that up. That's my song. Now, if you go listen to the lyrics, you will see that she definitely liked this song and she liked dancing to it. But if you listen to the lyrics, you should have saw the look on her face as she was singing it and rapping it back. All right. So it was a funny thing. I thought it was funny because she got that oops. She got that oops look on her face when she was dancing to it because the song is about a stripper who don't want to be a freak no more.
Gotcha, bitch.
That shit was funny as hell because I'm looking at her like, yeah, yeah.
Gotcha, bitch.
But anyway, she stopped dancing and singing quite this much. She was enthusiastic when the song came on, but when the lyrics started to play, she kind of wanted to disassociate it with it. All right, shout out to last one, NGN Facts. If CGA was Chinese and was promoting the free agent lifestyle with millions of subscribers in China, he would go missing for a while like Jack Ma. Do you think most wealthy guys have secret arrangements with their wives to maintain a public image for pure business reasons? They do. They do. So a lot of women, including this young woman, and I'm going to get to the main event here, but we're enjoying our time educating. But including this woman, she knew what time it was. Okay. Now, she can't say she knew what time it was because she'll lose out on her female support. Then she can't play the victim. But let me tell you, man, women that are beards, okay, are beards for men to play the public image, they will do it. Guys, there are a lot of these rich couples, they're not really married in monogamous marriages like you. Like, monogamy is for poor people. I've been saying that for years. I hear a lot of people saying some shit now, these things now, like it's common knowledge, great minds think alike. But I said monogamy and marriage is for poor people. Shout out to Paul Pierce, nigga. Shout out to Paul Pierce. It is. Like, that was, just think about this. The rich, you know, and the Nation of Islam and the 5% Islam used to break this down. The 85, the 5, and the 10%. Okay. But the 10% is the people who control everything. They control the wealth. They control the religion. They control the media. They control everything. Typically, religion for a long time used to be a part of the 10%. But these people do not play by the rules that they play on you. So the clergy, many Catholic church people are are with either little boys or single. Then you have church Christian people that have affairs all the time and orgies. They're the 10%. All right. Then you have the politicians. They make rules for you, and then they be out here with little boys, little girls, and girls on islands and hookers when they go down to Switzerland. Okay, they pay for sex and have pussy and shit like this. Look, the people who control you and make you force into monogamy and play by the rules do not play by those rules. So when you become a part of the wealth class and this type of shit, even though, yeah, we can't be in the open doing debauchery, but when we are in the open, we definitely gonna be out here in this matrix. We definitely gonna be out here in this matrix. But you don't think these wives know that what their husbands are doing? And what about what these wives are doing? They all know what time it is, but you just can't be out here promoting it. You just can't be wearing the shirt. You just can't be standing out watering your grass in your t-shirt with young bitches, 2 young bitches on your arm. Right? So they have the people on the side, and they pay these women big bucks. They got them under NDAs and contracts. Have you even been seeing this? All of these women coming out of the woodworks. I knew he was married, but I signed the NDA, and he made me. But then they tell you, they get up in church and they tell you what you need to do and what you need to do. They don't do none of that shit. They don't do none of it. So clergy has always been a part of the establishment. All right. It has always been seen that, meaning that they were a part of the people who created the rules for you to do the right thing while they be doing the wrong goddamn thing. They don't follow the rules. They don't follow rules for thee, but not for me. They don't follow the rules that they give you. Some do, many don't. Many don't. And that keeps them in power. That makes them give you shame and guilt. Keeps them in power. Because if they allowed you to live the lives that they lived, they can't keep you in power. Why would you listen to them when they trying to rein you in? Okay? The politicians, the senators, and all of these people. And if you knew they was out here hiring hookers and they trying to get you to not watch hookers online, we need to ban porn. All right, what you think they watching? They get caught up all the time. In orgies and trains and IY shut parties, and they try to then ban you from watching something on the internet. This will help create a stable society. Okay. All right, fine. And they be out here with out here with other dudes, and they be telling you it's a sin. These trad-cons. Remember that trad-con pastor that got caught? He died in a closet with a gas mask, watching all of this nasty prawn, choking himself. He was hanging himself to get a euphoric orgasm, and he had a gas mask on. That's to limit the amount of oxygen to hit his brain so his orgasm would be great with some male prawn. Like, stop. This is what people got to understand. And by what I'm saying is part of the anti-matrix, if you will. By telling you this, people are like, this is crazy. And you'll try to point out the ones that aren't like this. But there's more and more of them like this. Okay? You got Joe Biden out here touching on everything and sniffing on everything he can, including children. But I'm a pedophile.
Are you a freshman?
He's the president.
No.
He's the president. I'm a pedophile. Go figure. You know what I mean? The normies are in the so-called matrix. I hate using that analogy, but he's the president, but I'm shadow banned on YouTube. Go figure. It is what it is, you know? Yo, anyway, main event. Let's do it. Get money. Femcel gets cheated on. You got to hear this breakdown. Another L that woman took here from Generation Z. I know you guys aren't closely connected with Gen Z and the Zennials, the late millennials, if you will. But we're going to give you an update because, you know, they're not watching these movies and shit. in these videos that we watch. And we'll see how many content creators jump on top of this. But the influencer, the Wizard Liz, gets cheated on while pregnant, and the internet can't handle it. There's a breakdown. The Wizard Lizard is an online guru on confidence, femininity, self-love, and empowerment. She reveals that she got cheated on while she has been 4 months pregnant. Now, there are a lot of layers to this story. Lots and lots of layers, and I'm getting it directly from a Gen Z woman. All right, she's telling me what's going on here and what the conversation is. And it is quite interesting what's going on. For the people who don't know who she is, don't be ashamed. I didn't know either. All right, but she has 8 million followers, 8 million subscribers on YouTube, and probably even more and more on every other channel under the sun. It looks like she joined YouTube in 2016, but her oldest content simply goes back to 3 years ago. All right, so 3 years ago. And these videos have millions and millions and millions of views. All right, there is a little bit of witchcraft, if you will, because she called herself a wizard. All right, but there's a lot of this manifest and stuff like that. But that's her boyfriend here, her soon-to-be husband. She's engaged to this guy. We'll talk about that later. There she is right there saying she's getting married. But if we take a look at the videos and go to the most popular videos, let me scroll down and give you an idea of who this woman is, just so you can get it. This is a video of her saying, stop dating broke guys. All right, stop dating broke guys.
Because I know some of you women out here have been making these men so spoiled. They want new things now. They want even more things than that women already do. Like, we already do so much. But now they want more. Now they want flowers. Now they want money. Now they want everything. These days, women are expected to be mothers. Women are expected to be a chef. Women are expected to be, you know, a cleaner, a nanny, every single thing, your personal therapist, and then, you know, like giving all of our energy to you, making sure you're this big man. And then on top of that, people decided to say, you know what? Let us also split the bill. Let us pay for these guys. I just want to know who did this. And I want to meet this person in a dark alley, and I just want to talk. We as
all right, so
as women today have no more expectations for men.
All right, so yeah, you can see what's happening here. Now, this woman, as much as we know here, for these old people, for the old people in the room, you know, you guys have hope and faith that tradition will be restored. But you also don't understand what's going on in the background. You don't know this is going on because this video that I'm showing you here has 2.6 million views. 2.6 million views. So women are listening to this, right? Women are listening to this. Now, the person that I got this from, my Ling Ling, she said she's like Shira 7. All right. And she's kind of saying the same thing as Shira 7, you know, but Shira 7 has kind of a method. This woman's scatterbrained. All right. So I'm not even impressed by what she's saying. I know other content creators that are females that have way better content that it's about femininity and manifest and dressing a certain way. There's one content creator, this UK black woman. I can actually listen to her. Right? I can actually listen to her. Now, she sounds like a bird every now and then, but she's saying the same thing. I date rich guys. I date older guys. I date up. How to attract a rich guy. Anybody remember that woman's name? I don't want to promote her content, but there's a woman that I know should be way bigger than this woman. All right? I'm like, how in the hell? Like, YouTube is mad selective on who gets shine and who doesn't. They mad selective. But there's another woman that I could listen to, and she would be anti-red pill, but I can actually listen to her. This one is scatterbrain. Okay. But of course, normie content, right? Normie content. Anytime you get a little bit deep or a truth teller or a soothsayer, you're going to be an enemy. Okay. You got to have very simple content. Remember when I said this, content that relates to 5th and 6th grade people is going to be tops. Content that relates to 12th graders and up, you're going to be bottom. You're going to be bottom. Like, you're not going to get much push because the African proverb says, a speaker of truth has no friends. Right? A speaker of truth has no friends. So if you come on here and try to be intellectual and pseudoscientist and scientific, you're hard to build an audience. You're hard to build an audience. Yeah, the woman's name is Ziva. All right. I actually can listen to her. She's like a femininity coach. She talked that manifest bullshit and all of that stuff. But I actually can listen to her because I'm like, okay, she ain't that bad. All right. She only got 36,000 subscribers. All right. Okay, so there that is right there. Now, let's go back to this woman here. This woman here kind of, since she's a big influencer, she's going to create a lot more issues because her audience is going to see her make mistakes. Make mistakes. And here's a mistake. So all that shit she talked about, all this, how to become rich, you know, stop dating broke guys and this type of stuff. Well, she ended up with this guy. This is ended up being her boyfriend. Where's the picture of these guys? Okay, this is it right here. This ended up being her boyfriend. Now, remember, she's supposed to date rich guys and manifest and know guys that are broke. Well, apparently he does decent. I guess he's a tech guy. Okay. He's a tech guy. So, he tends to do decent, but her audience was saying that's not the type of guy you describe dating. You describe dating Bruce Wayne, right? You describe dating an older, mature guy. You describe dating a man with money and means, not a guy with a high salary. So her audience, when they announced this as being a couple, they kind of was like, you know, it would be like me, and I would be like, hey, man, you got to get some young, fine piece of calico, and I showed up with a 42-year-old fat gordita. All right, y'all would be like, well, that did happen to Donovan Sharp. No disrespect. He probably watches the show. But that happened to Donovan Sharp. So Donovan Sharp said, I ain't dated nothing less than a 9. My wife is a 9 in the body and a 6 in the face. And then everybody saw the wife and then backlash, right? Backlash. So it happens. So we've seen it happen on our side. Then they actually saw who he was talking about, and it was like, we can't turn away. There's no going back now. All right. And this is what's happening here. This is what's happening here. All right. They literally be like, yo, that's not who you described that you was out here doing shit with. Right? You said you was getting this and that. You was getting rich guys and tall and handsome guys with chiseled jaws and shit. But guess what happened? Then they saw him, and then the audience is kind of like, okay, we'll ride with it since she manifested him and she loves heat. So let's take let's take a look at the video here of said audience right here. This is the woman here, and this is the guy right here. Before we get to the allegations, this is the guy.
A lot of YouTubers will come on and they'll do like a Q&A about a relationship, and they're just gonna make it look like everything is rainbows and butterflies. At the end of the day, you get into relationships to grow. And a marriage, in my opinion, and I think we agree on this. You don't want me to say that?
I want to say whatever you want.
Okay. A marriage is about...
This is safe space.
This is safe space. I think the purpose of life is creation and evolution. So you get together in a relationship with someone, you get married, you create together, you create success, a family, and then you evolve together. So honestly, for this Q&A, I don't want to like... I want us to be real. I want us to be real and just be like, yeah, okay.
That's not masculine. That's not a masculine guy. All right, anyway.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, so remember, she's supposed to like get you a masculine guy, get you a guy that takes care of you, supports you, provides for you. That's kind of where her content is leaning to. And since she got this guy, her audience is like, hold up, man, this is crazy.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Right? So, you know, it's a lot of pressure on social media content creators to kind of get their message to match their life. Right? The message almost you got dating coaches over here telling you to spin plates and they be with old bitches, married, sexist marriage, scared of their wives. Like, you're like, this don't match up. This don't match up. So many people will get exposed that just to when they start bringing on people or they look at your lifestyle and say it don't match. And so she's in that situation, but it gets worse. Yes, it gets worse. So she's knocked up by this guy. All right, I don't know his name. We're just going to call him this guy. So she becomes pregnant with this guy's baby, okay? All right, where is it at here? Let's go okay, not popular. Oldest, latest? Okay, there was another video. Oh, there it is right there. All right, there it is. So she gets knocked up. And, oh, by the way, they've known each other for a year, maybe. a year. So she quickly got married and, quickly got engaged and pregnant. So now she's 4 months pregnant as of yesterday. Of course, she found out she was getting cheated on. Okay, so now you got to go back and say, why is this important? Well, we just told you earlier, the young women catching an L yesterday. So this woman married, and she's the ideal Barbie, married, mother of 4, married in her 20s, married to this guy right here. They're living the Barbie lifestyle, right? And she gets cheated on. She reveals this nigga out here running trains in Miami. Same day. Their Shira 7, their red pill hero, their femcel hero of dating rich masculine men, older men, possibly that can provide, literally knocks her ass up and cheats on her with I don't know who or what. All right, but let's take a look at the article here. It's going bad, and it's getting worse by the second. In fact, my Ling Ling has emailed me or messaged me to say she crashing out on social media. It says right here, internet lashes out at Wizard Liz ex-fiancé over shocking cheating scandal. You'll forever be an ex. And social media reacts strongly to Wizard Liz's breakup, criticizing Landon. Not first name, last name, Landon Nickerson's alleged infidelity. And the internet is above with shock and sympathy following the sudden split between self-help influencer, we're going to call her Liz, and the American entrepreneur, former YouTuber Landon Nickerson. He says the couple who have been often sharing their seemingly picture-perfect relationship online made headlines after Liz revealed that the breakup was triggered by allegations of Nickerson's infidelity while she was 4 months pregnant. Now, we'll skip here and we'll look at some of the users' responses because, yes, she's very popular here. And it says the Wizard Liz got cheated on. Even the strongest soldiers aren't safe. The strongest soldiers. So, as much as you guys look up to me, CGA, some women, young women, look up to this woman. I know you think it's impossible. I know you think it's unreal, but yes, she has 8 million subs. She's getting millions and millions of views. You would think, why would any bird listen to her? But birds listen to her. Even the strongest soldiers aren't safe. A second user wrote, a woman with high standards like Wizard Liz are getting cheated on. More power to women out there. It says right here, I conclude that you can never fully trust a man. Okay? You can never fully trust a man. So these are 23, 22, 24, 27, 19. That's her viewer. That's her demographic. And they're finding out, oh shit, you cannot have it your way. You can't have the perfect man. You can get the perfect man, but they're not loyal. These hoes ain't loyal. These hoes ain't loyal. And we got another one that says right here about Landon. That says it's not just cheating on a partner. It's failing as a father before the child is even born. Another user wrote, you, Landon, will forever be Liz's ex. You never had an identity. It says right there, damn, you ain't got no identity. She destroyed her genes for you. Wow.
And that's you.
They're coming down heavy-handed. All right, there it is right here. You tell me this thing had the audacity to cheat. Dang, they going in on this goofy-ass ninja. And wait till you find out who he cheated with. Well, which I don't know. I don't know. And we have more responses to prove. This proves no matter how loyal, kind, or pretty you are, men will still chase lust over love. Because character isn't built in the gym mirror. Okay, the gym mirror. When I catch you, Landon, when I catch you, how could you cheat on Wizard Liz? All right, and they going crazy here. So this is, I believe, Wizard Liz crashing out. My Ling Ling sent me this. So we're going to take a look at what we have here. We're going to read her crash out here. Let me see, can we get it up here? Okay. All right. So this is her. Is this the crash out here? All right, we got more reaction here. All right, I'll take this off the screen. We got more crash out. Apparently from her Instagram story, and we're reading it live. How are you going to spend close to $1 million on me? Yes, that's what she's claiming. That this nigga spent over $1 million on her. How you going to spend over $1 million on me, refuse to do more than a week without me, and refuse to do long distance until we got our visa stuff done because you want to be attached to my hip? Make me get rid of my apartment, move with you all over the world, staying in Airbnbs whilst we wait for the visa process. Who's the visa going to, him or her? Cuddle to sleep 4 days ago, message me on the plane how much you miss me, and so excited to build our family. Then the day you land, decide to cheat on Snapchat. The girl was a longtime follower and fan of my content, and she told you no multiple times. Can't even cheat because she didn't want you. Oh, Lord. Okay.
Oh, the humanity.
Okay. Okay, so what she's saying here. So he cheated on her with a follower of her. Jesus. So a follower of this woman's message got the draws from, got him. So look, when I tell you, again, competition anxiety for women, other women see a man that has a woman and they go after. Men see a woman with a man and we fall back. So now they're saying that it was GRape. So now the girl that he cheated on with didn't want to have sex with him. Now we have a backdoor. Now we have a backdoor removal of consent. Okay. That's apparently a message from her. We have another one that says, bro writes a whole book about 26 reasons he loves me for 3 hours on the 21st of May, which is her birthday, which was last week. He pays $100,000 to develop an app for me as a surprise birthday gift. Bro, how you gonna fumble your own investment like this? How stupid, oh Lord, men are so easily controlled by their lust. Okay, that's her right there, just so you can see it. That's her on her story. Okay, Snapchat sent right there. That's her crashing out. Okay, crashing out. We also have this one. Bro and love bombed stops. Wait, bro and love bombing stops at a certain point, right? So she's claiming she was love bombed. It says right here, how are you going to love bomb me for almost a year, then call our relationship fake? Bro, you is fake. This is from the words of the woman you saw on the screen. I don't know why Gen Z women talk like this, but it's nasty. Your stupid ass apology video saying, don't give us evil eye. And when I try to repair this, you are the evil eye, the fuck. All right. You see that on the screen right there. She is crashing out. Now, this again was from a woman who has allegedly 8 million followers. Crashing out over this dude right here. I mean, yo, but they supposed to do much better than you. They're supposed to be doing better than you. They got better options to you. This who cheated on you. And a lot of women get that. They'll date a guy and he the dream guy, and then they won't get what they want, and then they crash out. Now, here's the sad part about this. This is where the conversation gets really sad. Is that now we have this amount of people, these generations of people that are watching this play unfold right before their eyes. You know what they're saying now? Yeah, you have this woman. Now you have this woman. You know what they're saying now? That she should early terminate the pregnancy. Yes. Now it becomes a bigger issue. Because she's 4 months pregnant and because he cheated, they're ridiculing her or they're challenging her on her stances from her past posts. And they're wondering why she's having the baby at all. They were like, just kill the baby now. Yes. Yes. They're saying he waited 4 months for it to be discovered so she couldn't get the abortion at the 3 month. So when I tell you guys, this is the generation that was supposed to go back to tradition and give you hope. All right, but as we see how this generation is playing out, their audience is way larger than ours. Way larger. They got way more influence on way more women than us. And now we're the bad guys. And when I tell you, man, please don't think that the Gen Z is going to be your savior as far as traditional relationships or any of that. And you be lucky if Gen Alpha will be even close to this. So now they're telling her, let me see if I can find some proof of this just so you can see it. All right, because they're saying this is complicated now. And if she doesn't terminate the child or doesn't go forth and bring the child into the world, they're like, well, that man's going to be forever associated with you. You're never going to get rid of him. So get rid of the baby so you don't have to no longer deal with that guy. Yes, indeed. All right, so, man, it gets even more twisted than this. Let me see if I can pull up on Twitter real quick. I want to see at least one post of the discussion of this. Wizard Liz. But yes, that discussion is being had. Okay. Look, can we please stop with the it's over for women narrative just because someone got cheated on? Liz is not the one who lost here. She's going to come back 10 times stronger. It says more empowered, more focused, and more unstoppable than ever. The one who really lost is the man who portrayed a woman with emotional intelligence, beauty, self-worth, and a thriving career. If anything, it's over for him. It says right here, not for her. This isn't the end. It's just the rebirth. Yeah. Someone tell Wizard Liz it's not too late to get an early termination of pregnancy. Lizard Wiz so strict with her standards and boundaries. What do you mean she got cheated on while 4 months pregnant? This world has no hope. So right here, right there. Okay. If I was Wizard Liz, I get an early termination of pregnancy and file for divorce. Well, first of all, guys, there's no marriage. She can't get a divorce, but you're also dealing with a young population, 23, 24, 25. These people aren't experienced like us. Okay. The Wizard Liz needs to get an early termination of pregnancy right now and fake a miscarriage from the heartbreak, blah, blah, blah. Okay, what else we got here? If Wizard Liz doesn't get an early termination of pregnancy right now, OMG. If I were Wizard Liz, I'd walk my 4-month pregnancy self to the early termination of pregnancy clinic. Y'all got to stop having the babies of these men who don't give a F about you. Yes. Yes. All right, I got to be careful when I scroll down on Twitter because it can be some prawn right down there. It could be some prawn down there. Call me problematic, but she needs an early termination of pregnancy. She still has a bright future. Wizard's 4B arc will go a long way, not gonna lie. So what is the 4B? 4B is the Korean 4B movement. All right. So 4B, as you can see here, they're using Wizard Liz as the catalyst to start an American 4B movement. Send it. Who thought Wizard Liz was the difference between relationships getting better between a certain demographic of people and not? For those who don't know, the 4B movement is a radical feminist ideology who originated in South Korea that encourages women to reject heterosexual relationships, including marriage, childbirth, dating, and sex with men. It says it stems from a dissatisfaction with traditional patriarchal structure and a desire for female autonomy. Blah, 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 blah. You guys know that already. I don't have to tell you anymore. And let me see if I can find one more. None of you should feel discomfortable talking about early termination of pregnancy when it comes to the topic of Wizard Liz and the cheating story. Yes, indeed. It says, can Wizard Liz still get an early termination of pregnancy? All right, so that's where the conversation is going, as you can see. All right, but, you know, it is an interesting thing because this is way kind of out of our, you know, the things we cover, this is kind of outside of it. We would have to know this. We'd have to actually be young enough to consume this or have an ear to the streets. All right, an ear to the streets. But I'm glad I had a younger woman around to tell me these two stories because it would have been completely off my radar. But it makes for some good information, and it does ask, you got to ask some questions about what's going on in the hearts and minds of young men and women out here. But that's today's show. I'm going to get to the super chats. New world order. There's more there, man. Shout out to NGN saying if I was Chinese and promoting it, I would go missing. Not a lot of people want men promoting the free agent lifestyle. Shout out to NGN being a free agent that lives overseas, especially when I'm on vacation. People assume you want a girlfriend or a wife or try to recommend women to you who want to get married. I love your random history lessons and the proverb, a truth speaker has no friends. Yes. Most people don't want to hear the truth. They don't. They want to live in a fantasy world. Like when you have truth speakers, they don't want to hear that bullshit. And don't tell me the truth. I'm not comfortable with all this. So they'll go back to their programming. Shout out to our brother. Our brother, it is King. Porter says, that looks like that Femcel is about to have a lavender marriage. He said that dude is suspect. Yeah, he seems a little, but that's also a Gen Z male. How old is he? That's also a Gen Z male. So is he, is he lavender or is he just Gen Z?
On my channel, but I always just say whatever I feel.
Okay. You're so beautiful.
You can just say whatever you want.
Hit that like button if you think Liz is just so beautiful.
Okay, don't do that. Please don't do that.
Gen Z men are typically very feminine. All right, even if they're not trying to be feminine, they're feminine. They walk on their tippy toes. They don't they don't stomp the yard. You know, they don't walk like that niggas unless he a short guy and his hat is on backwards and he jumping out of a big pickup truck. You know, Gen Z men and younger are beta males. Like they typically going to do a lot of things. They're going to TikTok dance and they're just going to do all of this shit. All right, Gen Z men are very emasculated men. They're just how they are. It's just how they are. All right, it is what it is. So I don't know. Is he Duke Shooty or is he just, you know, is he a reading rainbow? Soft. Carl Anthony Towns. This is a suburban Gen Z nerd. Yeah, you go to suburbs, tech. A lot of them dudes are not very masculine. They can grow a beard. Dude, these Gen Z tech guys, and they're not masculine at all. All right, they're not in the portrayal of what a masculine guy, meaning like watching out what to say and how they present themselves. And then tell her how beautiful she is. Isn't she beautiful? Like that. Listen, the amount of men that are in what you would call the red pill, I would say it ain't even more than 5% of men. Not even close. 5%. Even the audience that we have here that was peaking at 2,500. I would say out of the 2,500 people that watch me, 10% are red pill. The rest are purple pill, hope strategists, blue pill, if you will, beta male, monkey simps. Yeah, look at Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter is a typical, typical star Gen Z male. What's the dude that played for Duke that plays for the 76ers? Paints his nails. And, you know, like dudes can get on the court like that and play like this. They be playing sassy. They be passing the ball all sassy like Carl Anthony Towns. Like most these guys are not what you would call masculine. That's why people are trying to learn how to be masculine and they're cosplaying masculinity. We're talking about American men. American men. So Jared McCain, the quarterback from the Bears. Like it would be hard pressed to play for the Chicago Bears 40 years ago. What's the dude's name? Jalen Green from the Rockets, Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams could not play for the Bears in 1985. Right? There's no way. No way we would have had Caleb Williams on the 85 Bears. We can all agree to that, right? We just are a different generation. Like, what's the dude's name? What's the guy's name? McCain? Jared McCain couldn't play with Allen Iverson in the backcourt. Pause. You could not have an Allen Iverson and a Jared McCain. That's just two different generations of young men, the way they came up. We just couldn't have this. We couldn't have that as the backcourt. Yeah, Kelly Oubre kind of brings in that kind of feminine, look good. Look, man, more power to him. It is what it is. The other guy, Jalen Green. Did you guys seen the video of Jalen Green? Hold on for a second. Let's do this. Like if a video came out of some dude in the 90s doing what Jalen Green did. Jalen Green. Okay, here we go. Oh. It's on YouTube, so I'm going to play the ish.
Guessing or?
All right. Hold up. It's on YouTube, so I'm going to play it. And this video got 55,000 views here. I'm going to play it. This is allegedly a video of Jalen Green in a dorm room with another ninja. Right here. You see that, right? Or Jalen Green getting humped. This the dude that had a baby by that.
Oh, the humanity.
Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. It's in a book.
Hold up. What in the world? Oh my goodness, Ninja. Look.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Shout out to Charleston. This ninja knocked up Drea. He on the bottom, y'all, with his feet up. He on the bottom with his feet up. I don't know. Like somebody mentioned Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman was like he was unique. You know what I mean? He was hella unique. And because he could rebound, they was like, okay, we got to put up with the nigga. But you remember Dennis Rodman was trolling. So Dennis Rodman wasn't like that. He was trolling. And the reason why he did that was because he was so heartbroken about getting traded from the Pistons that he just went off the deep end. And he was a fragile individual to begin with. He's completely kind of weird. So he got traded from the Pistons, and then he got traded to the Spurs, and he couldn't handle it. But he also had women. So while he was dressing with, I don't know. Okay, we can use Dennis Rodman, but my man. But he was trolling. We can say Dennis Rodman was trolling. All right, but I don't see no video of him busting it wide open. Just out of curiosity of what's going on here. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. That's wild to me under no circumstances. And these ninjas is 6'5" and whatnot. We just didn't have this type of thing in like professional sports as men. Professional sports is kind of an outlet for masculinity, although there were some dudes that were like that were just hidden from us. But today it's not, because people got to remember covert and overt. Because when I talk about monetized dating, people say this is nothing new. Yes, it is, because it's out in the open. It used to be in the closet. It used to be hidden away. It used to be not spoken about. Those are two different things. Today, it's spoken about. It's out in the open. Nobody's hiding it. So you would mightily say a Dennis Rodman or any other player. It was covert. It was covert. It was hidden. It was not talked about. It was put away. Versus today, it's wide open. It's overt. It's right in front of your face. It's on video. There's way too many examples of the difference between covert and overt. The difference between we're not going to speak about this and we're going to hide it versus the difference between we're going to be like this right here. You know? I mean, I could never. And don't at me because that's a YouTube video. It's all over YouTube. Enigma, sorry, man. I couldn't help but agree and laugh at the reference about Donovan as to who you partner up with after telling everyone she's a 9. My JUCOs are broke and they are 6s and 7s with makeup. He says they live in the UK, so I tell them not to smile. Plus, their neck is super pale. As you said, their face don't match their necks. All right, 100%. And I say the same thing, dudes. Expensive women, beautiful women cost. When I talk about the JUCO, if you go over there, it's normally I'm talking about women that would be 6 and 7s. All right, if that. All right, we're not talking about 8, 9s, and 10s. 8, 9s, and 10s are going to be a whole different level, right? And it's going to cost you a hell of a lot more money, although 8s are on discounts. All right, you end up at 8, 9s, and 10s, you're talking about serious money. All right, and they probably don't want to be on camera with your goof ass. All right, we got our other people here. We're going to clean up our act over on PayPal, Venmo, and all of that before we go. Before we go. Go. I don't try to sell y'all ninjas a dream out here, man. It was all a dream. You guys come up with some funny ass comments. All right, we got no more on PayPal unless there's a update. Let's see here. Joshua Moon says, treat yourself to something young, tight, and fertile, not old and saggy. He says, hold that L, you married ninjas. All right. How y'all married and cheating on y'all wives? I don't get that. No Name says, white WW. He says, watch out for them Nickersons. Send it. White women, watch out for them Nickersons. All right. Shout out to them. She'll still get a goofy ass ninja. All right. Mr. Nickerson. Michael Sam. They tried to put Michael Sams in the league and they let him play for a minute. Soon as he missed the tackle, you got to go. All right, you got to go. Suave Genius says, told my 19-year-old godson, no offense, but your whole generation is fugazi to me. Thank God young men have the manosphere starting with CGA. And I'm kind of an old dinosaur to young niggas. All right, it's hard. It's hard for them to see them living a life like me. They're like, what? All right, I can't see myself doing that, coach. Shout out to NGN. Do you generally believe that evil exists? If so, how do you define it? Well, it's the end of the show. That's a philosophical question. How about we save that for tomorrow? All right, because that's going to go on for a long time. Going for a long time. If I do think evil exists, it exists amongst people. All right, there are some evil people out here. And this is why I also said if women were in charge, it would be the evil ones. It wouldn't be the nice ones. Oh, it would be peaceful. No, it won't. It would be the evil ones. Like, that's what power means. Power corrupts. Absolute. So, yeah, it wouldn't be the nice women in charge. Look at AOC. Is she the nice one? No, she's not. And she's running for president. Kamala. Hillary. All right, anyway, enough about that. It is what it is. Shout out to the Coach Gang. We got to run. Peace.
better boss up, nigga.